Shalom, Rabbi Shkudah, Shalom to 144,000, and the rest of the elect out there, Shalom to you all. And I'm going to entitle this video, "This Truth is Only Given to the Prophets." And this is based upon, it's going to be sort of like a lamby back of this video right here, put up by GMS Info Doc Channel 12. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. The mystery of the scriptures are only revealed to the prophets, and the mystery are the hidden things, the prophecies. Because you got Edomites, they can read Psalm 1, Psalm whatever, and they can break it down. Ecclesiastes, so forth. They can read about King David. That's not, King David's life is not a mystery. I'm still a mystery to you, inside joke. But anyway, let me see here. I'm just gonna let this, I'm gonna let him cook. Then I'll come in. I'm gonna go get my, I got a list that I put together many years. You know, I got them lists.
All right, I'd like to start off by saying Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'Hashem Yahweh Shai, Ba'Hashem, Rakha Kudash.
Well, now is that hard to do? Give praises to Yahweh, Ba'Hashem Yahweh Shai, Ba'Hashem Rakha Kudash. It's not hard, Nate.
Welcome to another live lesson. The name of this one is "The Mystery of the Scriptures Are Only Revealed to the Prophets." And, you know, I was trying to think of a title for this lesson. You know, there's times where questions come to mind, and I just type them on my phone, and sometimes information comes up, and I just leave it there, you know, till I can use it. And,
okay, this is a video. This is almost 2 weeks old. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't get this. Maybe I caught it and then.
This past week or so, you know, I've been asking questions on the Google concerning, you know, these so-called European empires, you know, like the British Empire, the Greeks, so on and so forth. And, you know, I just had it there, and I didn't really have anything specific to go into. So I started to put some of the information together to do a lesson on it. And then I started going through some of the precepts that pertain to that subject, dealing with the 7 heads and the 10 horns. And then I started to think, you know, giving praises to Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai, you know, Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai, for revealing these things to our leaders before us and to us, you know, because these are things that the world doesn't know. You have individuals out there that have spent thousands of dollars to learn the Bible and, you know, still don't know the deep, dark mysteries of the scriptures, because the deep, dark mysteries of the scriptures are not revealed to everybody. You know, so I pray that this lesson be edifying, and, you know, that just is a very humbling thing to when you.
This is one of the scriptures that's on the list I put together many years ago. 2nd Ezra 12 verse 36. This is the breakdown of the eagle, the eagle with the 12 feathers, the 3 heads. We here at GMS are the only ones that know the breakdown of second Ezra's, the 11th and the 12th chapter. Every once in a while, Bishop Nate, he'll go to the part where it says the eagle, and it goes into, this is to thy brother Daniel spoke of, and the Lord is talking to Ezra. And then what Bishop Nate do, he'll go to you know, Daniel chapter 7. He says, "See, you see," and that's like he does it like it's a magic trick, like he's performing a magic trick. He does not know the whole breakdown. And we did the breakdown and we put it up on YouTube. So if you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it. The Second Ezra's chapter 11 and Second Ezra's chapter 12 has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with America. Nothing, nada, nunca, never. Has everything to do with the Roman Empire from the time of Julius Caesar to the time of Domitian Caesar. That's what it's talking about. You got the 12 feathers, then you got contrary feathers, then you got 3 heads, then you got 3 heads that come up again at the end, which is what is this? Pompey, Crassus, and what's the other one? Not Mark. Pompey, Crassus. I can look it up very easily. I forget the one. Oh, and Julius, of course. So those are the 3 heads, and they came back when they came back in reincarnation, they came back as Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. So reincarnation is even spoken about in these 2 chapters. So okay, so this is what it says. 2nd Ezra 12 verse 36. Thou only hast been meet to know the secrets of the highest, because it wasn't given to everybody. That's the 36th verse. Let me go ahead and jump down to the 30. And teach them to the wise of thy people, whose hearts thou knowest may understand and keep these secrets. So Ezra was given this understanding to give to men of understanding. So we don't give it to any old Jake out there. Cast your pearls before swine. Do not cast your pearls before swine.
Really think about it, that out of all the people in the world, there are very few people like ourselves that really understand the full picture of everything.
Because we got all the keys. I mentioned that. Give me them keys. We got all the keys. You know, the scriptures speak about David getting the keys, and then it speaks about there was another king in that lineup, the line of David, that also got the key or the keys, and Peter got the key.
Everything that's going on in the world, and you know what's going on.
And we got the key / keys. You need the keys. You need the spiritual keys to open up the door to these prophecies, and you scholars do not have it. None of you. You might have a few breakdowns. You don't know them. You can't. If we go to all the prophetic books, especially focusing on the end times, you're lost. So the Lord ain't dealing with you.
Going on scripturally, prophetically, you know, able to put it together in a way where it, you know, the average person out there, when they try to go through the scriptures, they get tangled up, as the Apostle Peter said concerning the letters of the Apostle Paul, or the epistles of the Apostle Paul. You know, some things are hard to be understood, which are unlearned and unstable, wrestle, as they do the other scriptures, even to their own destruction. You know, because when you look at the you know, the situation with the Gentiles. Now, if you pick up the scriptures and you start reading the New Testament, which most people don't deal with the Old Testament, they go straight to the New Testament, and you start reading it, of course, it sounds like it's talking about the other nations. But after doing research and after, you know, isolating certain scriptures, like there's no difference between a Jew and a Greek, then that should start to put questions into your mind as to why is it just Jews and Greeks? You know, what's that all about? And then if the Spirit allows you to find out about the history of the Hellenization of the Israelites, then you start to put it together if the Spirit is working with you. And then you understand that, oh, so these Gentiles, these strangers, these heathens, these uncircumcised, these are really, Israelites. And those Hellenized Israelites opened the door for the rest of pretty much us today, because we would be considered Gentiles or heathens because we didn't know who we were. So we were in the same boat that those Israelite foreigners were back then in the 1st century AD, during the time when Yahushua and the apostles walked the earth. So it's like I said, it was just...
You know who got caught up in that mess too? The woman was a Greek, Syrophoenician by nation. I remember Shai used to say, the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation. Well, Syrophoenicians go back to Canaan. And he would say, it says Greek, that means she was a white woman. No, the Greeks were Israelites. Like I said, the 7 didn't have it all. We got it all. The 7 didn't know nothing about the mark of the beast. I remember when they taught the mark of the beast, High Priest Ariel would say, that means if it's in your mind, that means you for the system. If it's in your right hand, that means you go fight for the man. You pick up guns for the man. I never accepted that. Like I said, I pulled him to the side, and I said, could that be taught? And I said this many a times, and continue to. I'm gonna keep saying it. I said, I pulled High Priest Ariel to the side. I said, could this our mark of the beast be talking about something physical that they can put in your hand or in your head? And he said yes. He said yes, but they're not going to have time to do it. But then that means the Most High gave a prophecy, and that prophecy didn't come to pass. Doesn't make any sense. All prophecies have to come to pass. What does it say in Romans 9? With long suffering, it speaks about the Most High got to suffer Esau to do what he does, because he has to fulfill the prophecy. The Most High couldn't say, "Oh, I can't see my people being put in cargo slave ships and on the bottom of the hull of the ship." No, they had to because of the fulfillment of prophecy. If the slave ships didn't happen, but you got these vocabites, oh, that didn't happen. Okay, so give me the answer. They come with some bullshit. That's why we don't take that guy seriously. And he knows it. Why you come around? We don't take you seriously.
Just a humbling.
Why would he argue about any fucking point when across the board we don't accept anything that you got to say? Unless you're saying, if you say the 12 disciples and you say Paul this and Paul that and Peter this, okay, we'll agree with it. But you say stuff like Joseph and Mary never had sex, you're a Roman Catholic.
Experience is to meditate and just how we are able to go through the book of Revelation and break it down, because it was given to us by our elders before us, namely High Priest Ariel, and how the world is still wrestling with that. So I want to read a couple of these precepts, and then if the Spirit allows, then it's something that comes to mind dealing or concerning the whole thing about Satan being cast out of heaven, which is very easy to debunk, and if the Spirit allows, I'll touch on it, briefly in this lesson, but there's a lot of information, so I don't know if it's going to be 2 parts or if I'm going to be able to fit it all in one. I'll see how the Spirit goes. I haven't got to any of my protocol, so I just, ate a little breakfast, had a little Turkish coffee, and then after it settled a little bit, I had me a cup of some of that kefir, which is good. Before is better because it helps to get into your system quicker. After is good too because it helps to break down the food too. And 2 hours before bed is good because it has something called tryptophan, which helps relax the mood, and relax you to, get ready for bed. But nevertheless, Amos 3 and 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? And that's the case. If you hear a warning that something is, some impending danger is coming, you're going to be nervous. For most people will be nervous. It says, shall there be evil in the city and the Lord have not done it? Right. So the Lord, whenever there's evil in any city, the Lord did it. The trumpet starts blowing, the horn starts blaring, and people get nervous. The evil being brought upon these cities, and as we see today, is of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. But before any of these things happen, it says, surely the Lord power will do nothing. So he's not going to do any of these things. He's not going to stir things up. He's not going to revive prophecy. He's not going to make moves on the earth as far as the words that he spoke to his prophets in the past until, right? But he revealeth his secret unto his servants the prophets. So once the secrets are revealed to his servants the prophets, it's the job of the prophets to go out and prophesy and tell these things before they happen. This is what the word prophet means. Pro before, phesai is to say. So prophecy or prophet means to say before. So before the Lord does anything, he reveals these things to his servants, the prophets, so that they can go out and speak this word, let these nations know what's going down, let the Israelites know what's going down, tell the Israelites they better repent, the ones that don't repent are going to be destroyed, and then the Lord brings forth his judgment. So he projects things before they happen. Just like Esau right now, not comparing Esau with the Most High, fuck that. I'm just using the projection part. Like Esau projects, we're gonna destroy, what the hell is the name of that mountain in Iran? I forget the name of it right now. Where they said allegedly that that's where they believe that the nuclear stuff is going on, right? And they're projecting their attack on that and dropping a nuke or whatever, possibly a nuke or whatever the case may be. So what do you think those people would do? They would either laugh at you because they know it's impenetrable, or they will move operations somewhere else. I forget the name of the mountain. I'm not sure if any of you brothers know offhand. I mean, I heard it quite a bit. I just can't think of it. But nevertheless, this is how Esau, because Esau wants to be like the Most High, so they project everything. This is why you have something called, it's called predictive programming. Okay? So, but let's go on. So once the Lord reveals the secrets unto his servants, the prophets, it says, the lion hath roared, who will not fear? The Lord power hath spoken, who can but prophesy? So the prophecies are going forward. And the mysteries are being revealed to his prophets. Now, Revelation 10 and 5, this is the culmination of all of the prophecies coming to pass. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven, and swear by him that liveth forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer, because the truth of these scriptures has a time limit. That's why in the book of Songs of Solomon it says, wake not my love until he please. So now the Lord is pleased.
That's why we say the mark of the beast is months away.
To be woken up. This is why prophecies are being stirred up around the world. This is why you see World War III, in motion. And remember, world wars could take years to fight. It could be a matter of months, or it could be years to fight. So the World War III is not going to come to a full head until the prophecy of the MOTB is fully fulfilled, which is, the majority of the population of the world being, micro-C-hipped in one way or the other, whether it's a hand, forehead, or whatever the case may be. All right? So there should be time no longer. This is why you see the prophecies being stirred up right now. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, which 7 means completion. So the seventh angel, the seventh trumpet, this is the end of Esau, or the end of the heathen empires, and the ushering in of the beginning of Yahushua's kingdom. When he shall begin to sound, so when you see that the seventh angel is sounding and the destruction is in full bloom, the mystery of the Most High should be finished. See? So we're coming to this point where the mysteries of the Lord are about to be finished, because the mysteries have been revealed to the prophets. The prophets have been prophesying. The prophecies have been taking hold of the planet. And then there's a finishing point. And when that finishing point comes, it says, as he hath declared to his servants, the prophets. See? So the mysteries are only revealed to the prophets. And I remember years ago at the school in Connecticut, Elder Pastor, I said that the Bible really only belongs to the prophets. The average Joe out there picking up the Bible really don't belong to them. It really belongs to the prophets, because they're the ones that give the sense of what goes on within those words, because they're divinely inspired.
Orson Welles said in the beginning, opening scene of the late great planet Earth, he spoke about the prophets. The opening scene was a so-called prophet running. He jumped off a mountain, and the people that chased him threw the rocks down because he was dead already. And Orson Welles said this guy was a false prophet, obviously. And he said that the prophets is God's men, and that's what we are, God's men. The Most High's men. The Most High right now only deals with the prophets, no one else. No one else. He only deals with the prophets as far as the secrets are concerned. So you got to come to us. Esau wants to, we can tell Esau, they can, this, government could come to us and we can tell them, and they say, like you went to the Issacharites in First or Second Chronicles. Issacharites were able to look into the heavens and the stars, star constellation, and see whether you're going to win a war or not. Or they went to the prophets to consult whether they're going to. Well, anyway, Samuel told King Saul, which he loved King Saul. He loved him because when he got condemned, when he took away that spirit from him, Samuel cried because he loved Saul. They're like a son to him. But anyway, getting back to the point, the Most High is only dealing with like Samuel, Elijah, which I believe Samuel and Elijah are the same. Abba being Samuel. Abraham, I believe, is Abba. Abraham, Abba, father. And I said that to the seven. We were just all in the room. And they didn't say nothing. They just gave me a look. They looked at me like I had three heads. Like their mind was that makes sense. The man that held up Moses' staff alongside of Aaron, had to be, only mentioned him one time, H-U-R. And I believe that was, Abba, Elijah, and so forth. You always come back. You always come, Prince was able to play 26 different instruments without self-taught because he was Mozart. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. That was him. As I said, this guy Stevie Wonder, and I was listening to him in the car, and he played For Once in My Life, and I was grooving to that, man. I said that's Beethoven. Get down, But anyway, Stevie Wonder's job is to do music, and his past life and his present life, spirit. Most I put the spirit on him. Same with any other artist. Denzel was meant to be an actor. We are meant to be prophets. Anyway, moving on.
And the world gets upset when we say that we have 100% truth, because they're looking at it that we're saying it from a braggadocious standpoint. But no, it's from a truth standpoint. But nevertheless, if the Edomite says it, if Esau says it, if they say that Revelation so-and-so means this, they'll believe it. Because it's coming from the hand of Esau, the so-called white man. Because, this is how they've been trained mentally. But when they see somebody that looks like them, they get upset because they're like, how the hell, you ain't nothing but a nigga or a spick. How you know? You don't know the Bible. That's the white man's job. Lead the Bible teaching to the white man. That's their attitude. So you know what we say to them? Fuck them. So Revelation 11:15, it says, and the seventh angel sounded. So we just read, the Lord does nothing until he reveals the secrets to his servants, the prophets. He brings that evil upon the city, right?
Did he reveal the mark to us? We've been teaching that since we got on YouTube, 2007, July 2007. Almost 20 years. Been teaching Mark of the Beast the same way today as we did back in 07, and the same way before we got on YouTube. None of them other major camps teach that. They teach against it. And they're going to have to eat their words. They're going to have to eat crow.
Then we read that there should be time no longer, right? That the mysteries will finish as he revealed to his servants the prophets at the seventh trumpet. And the seventh angel sounded here in Revelation 11:15, and there were great voices in heaven saying, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord. See, because there's going to be a transfer of power. And of his anointed, Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders which sat before the Most High on their seats fell upon their faces and worshipped the Most High, saying, we give thee thanks, O Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, power almighty, which art and was and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned. Right? Because there's going to come a point where the world is going to acknowledge who the God of heaven is, who the power of heaven is. Because right now, you have people say, well, I don't know, man, is God dead? Is there really a God? And then this, that, and the other, why, if that's the case, why would he kill all these children and this and that and give them cancer and all, But there's going to come a point where the Lord is going to make his presence known. And his name is going to be made famous. This is why the buildup is taking so long. Because it's the greatest time ever that has ever been on the planet, but also it's the greatest time when his name is going to be magnified once again. That's why in Hosea it says that all those names of Baal are going to be taken away. All of them different names that they give for the Most High's name, for Yahweh's name, so on and so forth, are going to be removed out of the way, and only Yahweh Bashem Yahushai is going to stand in that day. For the name of the Lord is one. It says, and the nations, this is the point, and the nations were angry, and the wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged. So we're at the point of judgment. And that thou shouldest give what? Reward unto thy servants, the prophets. So it's the time of the prophets, as a lesson I did not too long ago, that Elder Pastor threw the title out, the Alley-oop. And the time is approaching where the Lord is going to give the prophets, which are his servants, their reward. Because in the different lifetimes that they came here, they were pretty much, they caught hell. They were stoned, sawn asunder, killed, ridiculed, ostracized. So that comes with a reward. Because who wants to be ostracized like that? The average person doesn't crave that, But the thing is that's the spirit that the Lord has on his prophets, because they are turned into different men, especially when they're prophesying. And as their understanding grows, they learn to live more of an austere lifestyle, more of a separate lifestyle, away from everyone. They'll come around brothers and men of like mind But as far as the world is concerned, they stay away from people in the world, because people in the world are full of shit. You know? It says, and to the saints and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. So as well as the reward for the servants of the Lord, the prophets and the elect, so is there going to be a reward for the wicked, for destroying the earth. And their reward is going to be destruction. And what it means is their earth or their rulership is going to be destroyed, meaning taken down and brought up under new management. And they think that by hiding in these bunkers, that they're going to come out of those bunkers after the smoke clears and continue everything from where it left off. I say, oh, we got to go back to the drawing board. No, back to the drawing board. You're going to be knee deep in the shit. Inside joke, but your first job is going to be, a group of you devils is going to be, putting up signs all over that region over there in the so-called Middle East, Western Asia, and the other group of you devils are going to go through burying all those dead bodies of them soldiers and people that are dead in those areas. All right, so let's go to, you know what, let's just go to this. This is the question that I asked. It says, are the Greeks, Romans, French, Spanish, Germans, and British a part of 7 empires? Yes, the Greeks, Romans, French, Spanish, Germans, and British are established major historical empires, but they are not collectively defined as a single fixed set of 7 empires, depending on the historical or theological context you look at. Lists of prominent world empires vary. Biblical prophecy, Book of Revelation, the Bible outlines 7 sequential world powers, which this is off because these are not part of. The only one that's a part of the 7 is Greece and Rome. But this is what Google gave, so this is what we're going to go with. And explain. The Bible outlines 7 sequential world powers, kingdoms that heavily impacted biblical history. Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Medo-Persia, which these here did impact the biblical world or the world in general. But this is not the ones that are in the book of Revelation. Okay? Greece and Rome, which are a part of the 7, because the 7 heads are the Romans, the Greek, the Romans, the French, the Spanish, the Germania Major, Germania Minor, and Britain. Those are the 7 heads. And remember, the scriptures call the beast scarlet colored, red, which is symbolic of the people that are ruling, because they are red. The Edomites are red. They're not white. With the 7th final power, interpreted by various traditions such as Anglo-American, arriving later, both Greece and Rome are on this specific list, but France, Spain, Germany, and Britain are not. But this is a part of it, because these are the 7. And the reason why Germany, when you look at that, Germany was the area that they ruled was huge. So that's why you have Germania Minor and Germania Major. All right. You know what? Let me bring up another tab. What is Germania Minor and Germania Major? Let's see what they say. Germania Minor and Germania Major, are more commonly called Magna Germania, are historical Latin terms used by the Romans to describe the smaller Roman-controlled borders lands versus the vast independent territories of the Germanic tribes. See? Germania Minor, Lesser Germany, refers to the Roman conquered and organized frontier regions west and south of the Rhine River. And then when you, matter of fact, let's see if they have images of it. Here we go. This is Germania, Magna Germania, meaning Germania Major. And this is the part that they didn't conquer back then. But this is a part of that beast system. Okay? So let's go back. hope it doesn't change it. Historic Latin location refers to Roman military and administrative provinces along the western and southern banks of the Rhine River, specifically Germania Inferior, covering parts of the modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands, and Germania Superior, parts of France, Switzerland, and southwest Germany. See, so some of these are part of either the 7 heads or the 10 horns, which is all of part of that beast. Status: fully controlled, governed, and taxed as part of the Roman Empire. That was Germania Minor. Capital: Cologne, Colonia, Claudia, Agrippinicium. Served as a primary hub for Germania Inferior. Germania Major, Greater/Magna Germany. Location: the massive untamed territory stretching east of the Rhine River all the way to the Vistula River and north toward the Baltic and North Sea. Status: free from Roman rule after suffering a devastating defeat at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD. Rome abandoned efforts to conquer or hold land deeply east of the Rhine. Yeah, because they got their ass served in this forest. Because the Romans were used to battling out, in a flat plain, So the Germanic tribes, they brought them into a forest to where the terrain was not adequate for the Roman legions to fight, because they were not used to that. So it pretty much made them.
There's a place in Iran that they have to land, and you have to bring foot soldiers, and they're saying it's like being on another planet. I forget the name of the place. That's why this guy mentioned foot soldiers. They can't just bomb this place, because they got to preserve whatever the oil or whatever the case may be. So you have certain militaries that are used to fighting on certain terrain. If they fight in unfamiliar terrain, they die. So, Oh, and another thing I just want to say, that this, you got like for example, you got IUIC, when they say the 7 heads, they'll mention Russia, as Russia was never part of it. Russia was like a no man's land. It wasn't thriving. It started to thrive in circa 865 AD or CE.
Condense into smaller units, instead of having a whole platoon, so to speak, or legion fighting the battle as they normally do. They were constrained, and then the movie, what movie was that? That was the Eagle, I believe, where the Picts, they were lighting these big balls of hay on fire and sending them down the hill, and it was messing up their ranks, because the Romans had the shield where they would lock the shields and then move forward and push forward. Well, they destroyed that, so they got their ass handed at Teutoburg Forest. Inhabitants populated by independent Germanic tribal groups such as the Cherusci, Suebi, and Marsi. Yeah, Suebi is a part of the 10, the ancient name of the 10, Suebi, who shared similar language and cultures but were never successfully subjugated into regular imperial provinces. Right. And then when you look at those regions today, those are all part of the so-called European Union. Not European Union, but European unity. Not as far as a EU. All right, so let's go back. So it says the largest global colonial empires in global historical ranking, measuring total landmark or peak colonial dominance, groups like the British Empire and the Spanish Empire frequently place among lists of the largest empires in history, alongside others like the Mongol or Russian empires, which they were large, massive, such as also the Qing dynasty, China. But we're dealing with the British, the Spanish, we're dealing with the so-called European nations, which are the ones that make up the 7 heads in the book of Revelation. So it says European imperial succession. European history features a long chain of overlapping empires such as the Roman Empire, the Carolingian Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, and the French, Spanish, and British colonial empires, where nations succeeded or vied with one another rather than belonging to a single official group of 7. So these are all areas where these so-called European nations ruled in those regions there, right? So I asked the same question, but instead I put in, are the Greeks, Romans, French, Spanish, Germans, and British a part of 7 major European empires? Yes, the Greeks, Romans, French, Spanish, Germans, and British are universally recognized as the core nations behind the major historical empires of Europe. While historians do not have a single official list of exactly 7 major European empires, these 6 nationalities drove the most powerful and expansive imperial states in global history. So if that's the case, do you not think that when we read the scriptures and we read about these empires that have succeeded and have, and the scriptures speak about how they conquered and the things that they did, that they would not be written in the scriptures? That this major information here would not be, in the scriptures? Here it is. The scriptures speak about the Neo-Babylonian Empire and how it was the head of gold and how it had influence over the world at the time. And it's written about, the Greeks, the Romans, Medo-Persian Empire, the Assyrian Empire. But somehow America would not be written in that. Somehow after the Roman Empire, that was it. That's why they call that biblical times. We're still in biblical times. When the kingdom of heaven is established, we're going to be in biblical times. So it says major empire nations, Greeks, led by Alexander the Great. The Macedonian/Greek Empire spread Hellenistic cultures across the Middle East and into India. And this is why you had Jakes that were Hellenized. And that's the history of the New Testament as to why they were called Greeks or why they were called Gentiles. All right? It says Romans. The Roman Empire united the Mediterranean, dominating European law, engineering, and culture. See? So the next empire after the Greeks, as far as the Edomites are concerned, were the Romans. Because you had, you had the Greeks, then you had the Romans, because prior to the Greeks, the dark nations were ruling, Medo-Persians. Then when the Greeks came into power, that began the reign of the Edomites. So that began the head. You could say 333 BC would be a starting point of these 7 heads, of these Edomites ruling on the planet Earth. Then you had the Romans that came later on down the line, around 168, which you had those Romans back then. You had Japhet, and then Esau took over eventually, like they normally do. Just like in the Greeks, the Macedonians, either that line of Macedonian kings was, Edomites that took over that region, or they cut into that line of kings and assimilated themselves into it, just like they do today, just like they've done during the time of the.
I just want to try something. Give me a second here. Bring this back to Google. Bear with me for a minute, y'all. I thought he was going to get into bringing out a list of scriptures, but me see. What empire took down the Babylonian Empire? Okay, so go to it, man. We're going to do it a little different. Okay, the Neo-Babylonian Empire was conquered and brought down by the Achaemenid Empire, the first Persian Empire, which are the people of Iran today, led by Cyrus the Great. Now, the order that was put up, by Darius, Cyrus the Great was the one that called for the financing of the building of the temple. The first Persian Empire, led by Cyrus the Great in 539 BCE. So when you go, how Babylon fell, okay? The Battle of Opis, Persian forces defeated the Babylonian army near the Tigris River. So there was a war. Surrender of the city. The main city of Babylon surrendered to the Persian army with virtually no resistance. What destroyed the Babylonian Empire? What country is biblical Babylon now? See? This is history meeting up with the scriptures. The ancient biblical city of Babylon is located in modern day Iraq, right? For you ones that say Babylon being destroyed and becoming a desert, that was talking about ancient Babylon or Neo-Babylon. No, because people are living in Iraq to this day. To this day. Anyway, let's move on. Let me do this. I thought the apostle was going to go into precepts, give you a lineup of precepts on how the Most High, which I have a list that I put together I was going to go by, but let's see what we can glean out of this. Glean. The rise of Cyrus the Great. It says BC before, which means before Christ, or let me see here. Right, 600 BC, the founder of the first Persian Empire, also known as the Achaemenid Empire, belonged to the semi-nomadic Pasargadae tribe. Anyway, I'm looking for Darius. You know what I'm going to do? No, let me do this. Let me bring this back. Okay. Who took down the Persian Empire? Uh-oh. This is Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. We're taking history and we're filtering it through the scriptures. The first ancient Persian empire, the Achaemenid Empire, was defeated by Alexander the Great, the king of Macedonia. He crushed the Persian forces led by King Darius, and King Darius fled and left his wife, and I believe it was Alexander that married his wife. I believe she was Roxanne, if I'm not mistaken. Roxanne, I want to be your man. And old school. Darius III in 331 BCE at the Battle of Gaugamela. Key battles and events. They give you a list of battles. So it was a series of battles. Grand Icos River. Alexander wins his first major fight against local Persian governors. Issus. Alexander beats Darius III directly, causing the Persian king to run away, and he left his wife, and I believe her name was Roxanne. Gaugamela, the final crushing defeat where Alexander destroys the Persian army. And why did this happen? Most High. Time and chance happen if they're all men. Fall of Persepolis. Alexander burns down the great Persian capital city. Okay, so guess what? You got who took down the Babylonians, the Persian, Medo-Persian Empire. Who took down the Persians? The Greeks. Let me say this. What great empire came after the Greeks? There we go. There we go. The Roman Empire rose to dominance immediately after the decline of the classical Greek city-states and the Hellenistic kings left behind by Alexander the Greek. Rome conquered Greece politically by 146 BCE, before the Common Era, but deeply adopted and preserved Greek art, philosophy, culture, names. A lot of Romans were named after Greeks. That's why you got scholars that refer to it as the Greco-Roman Empire. The latter Greek-speaking empire rise of Rome, conquest. Rome defeated the last major Greek-influenced kingdoms, absorbing Greece as a province. Culture, Romans copied Greek style in building, because the Greeks were Edomites. Petra, Roman style, Greco-Roman style. Writing and gods. Example, Zeus was the chief god of Hellenism and the Greek mythology. Rome took Zeus and called him what did he fucking call him? Not Plutos. You had Zeus. The Roman equivalent to Zeus is I forget his name. I should ask a question. I can't think of his name. Can't think of his name. I can't think of his name right now. How Greek and Roman and Greek cultures mixed together. Yeah, it was a mixture. A lot of those Romans had Greek names. If you go to Romans chapter 16, the whole chapter, Paul is addressing those Israelites. They all had Greek names. They all had Greek names, Greco-Roman names. Let me do this. Is the beast on fire in Daniel chapter 7 verse 11 America? Okay, they being slick about it. Daniel 7:11 does not mention America. The verse is part of an Old Testament prophetic. They go prophet. What part of what prophetic book? Not the Quran. The scriptures, Old Testament. Prophetic vision about ancient kingdoms, a terrifying fourth beast, and a divine judgment seat where the beast is destroyed and burned in the blazing fire. Fourth beast. Let me do this. Come on, man. Let me do it this way. Terrifying fourth beast and divine judgment seat, where the beast is destroyed and burned in a blazing fire. Daniel 7:11. Could this be America? See if we can trap them. Okay, they insist no. The fourth beast of Rome. Ancient. Okay, let's read this. No mainstream biblical scholarship and historical interpretations do not identify the fourth beast in Daniel 7:11 as the United States. Instead, the fourth beast historically represents ancient, successive world empire, Babylonian, Medo-Persian, Greece, and Rome, with the final judgment pointing to an ultimate end times kingdom. So they're saying it's not Rome, but they're not telling you that's America. Is the destruction of America prophesied in the Bible? I didn't say production. Is the nation, am I spelling this right? Of America prophesied in the Bible. Did I write that right? Destruction. Just having a little fun here. Is the destruction of America prophesied in the Bible? The United States of America is not mentioned by name or specifically identified anywhere in the Bible because the nation did not exist. In ancient times, biblical texts do not contain a direct literal prophecy regarding, as written in code, regarding the specific destruction of the fate of America. View on America's absence in prophecy. Beautiful. Let's see what this says. Most mainstream biblical scholars, which we don't take serious, and theologians, which we don't take serious, state that end time framework, such as those in the book of Revelation or Daniel, focus on regions of the ancient Near East, Europe, and a global system that's right now, rather than modern nation states. Loss of global power. Many prophecy teachers suggest that America is missing from end time scenarios because they don't understand the prophetic books. Like we've been saying, you want to have a scholar run down the street just going to the prophecies because its status as a global superpower will fade prior to the end times. This decline might stem from internal political fragmentation, economic troubles, moral shifts, that's talking about America, or a broader move toward international globalism. The rapture, part of a global system. Let's go. The United States is not mentioned in Revelation 18. The chapter describes views on Babylon the Great, modern superpower, cultural applications. Suggests. Let me see this here. Modern superpower, cultural applications. Some modern commentators and believers suggest parallels between the wealth, global trade, and influence of Babylon and the United States, leading some to propose that a contemporary global superpower could fulfill this role. That's America, Europe. Historical Rome, many scholars interpret Babylon as a coded reference to First Imperial Rome, which was the dominant global power and precursor of the early church. They're saying that like Revelation 18 is a Catholic church or whatever, global system of false religions. What does it mean? Is United States of America in Bible prophecy? The United States of America is not mentioned by name or explicitly identified in biblical prophecy, while the Bible details specific regions and nations of ancient Near East, blah, 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 such as Israel, Iran, Russia. It contains no clear Biblical scholars and teachers view the absence of the presence of the United States through a few different perspectives. Let's go ahead and look at that. The consensus, not mentioned explicitly, geographic focus, biblical writers focused on the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe, and ancient biblical general groupings, loss of superpower status. Many prophecy teachers suggest America is absent from prior end time scenarios, like the Ezekiel 38 invasion of Israel. Let me try this here. The lamb-like beast. Okay, let me read this. Revelation 13, the lamb-like beast. Certain denominations, notably Seventh-day Adventists, interpret the beast coming up out of the earth with two horns like a lamb in Revelation 13:11 as a symbol for the United States, pointing to its rise out of relatively uninhabited region. Yeah, one time America was, it started with the 13 colonies, so it was small land, small area. It expanded by going to the west. Earth versus the sea of the populated Europe/Asia, and its founding principles of civil and religious liberties, which is bullshit. British Israelism, that's them Edomites saying that they're the tribes, tribal lineage. Some specific groups, such as the United Church of God, teach that modern Western nations, including the U.S. and Britain, descend from the lost tribes of Israel. That's not what I want. Where is America in the Bible? Let me just open this up. I'm just checking things out. America is not found in the end time events. You got a country that just celebrated 250 years. Everything that goes on around the planet globally is affected when America does something. When America catches a cold, the rest of the world catches pneumonia. America is destroyed by nuclear attack. Okay, beautiful. Number one, and I don't like this idea the United States may not be mentioned because our country is decimated by a nuclear attack. And the word decimate means the 10th part of something. Everybody uses that word wrong. You should say utterly destroy, demolish. If you line up 100 men and you say decimate these men, that means you count 10 men and you count 9 men and you killed the 10. Then what you're going to wind up with is 90 men. That's what the word decimate means. Deca. The world has many nuclear weapons. Russia has them. China has them. We went over that last night. India and Pakistan possesses them. Even a rogue nation, North Korea. Right, I believe North Korea can hit the United States. Because what do you got to the east of North Korea? You got California. So North Korea can hit the United States. As them, and the missiles delivered them. Iran is on the very verge of having a nuclear arsenal, meaning missiles that can reach the United States. And we have seen with their founding of terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, what their intentions are. That's Second Ezra's, the Carmenians, right? Joining forces with Ishmael. Doesn't say Ishmael, but it's talking about Ishmael. A recent estimate puts the number of nuclear weapons in the world at 13,000. Now I did a video on it. That's about right, about 13, almost 14,000. 5,000, almost 5,500 for Russia, about 600 change for China, a little bit more than 5,000 for America. France and Great Britain, they possess missiles. Pakistan, India. But somehow, they built up America behind the Most High's back. America's decline as a power, world power. Revelation 18 goes into details. One of my favorite prophecies. America has a great spiritual awakening. No, they do. Well, the spiritual awakening is the Israelites. Ezekiel 37. America's two choices: revival or judgment. Revive to what? The white Jesus? Mano, maron. And like I said, I've been saying, and I'm gonna continue to say it. These pastors and ministers, they watch our videos and they get their prophetical game up. Real talk. So we took secular kingdoms, Babylonians, Medo-Persians, Greeks, Romans, and we filtered it right through the scriptures. They even mentioned it's biblical. So let's come back over to the apostle again.
The Renaissance.
I just want to bring out a precept. Let me bring out a precept real quick. I know I got all these tabs open. Let me see. Numbers 11:29. I know what it says. I just want to read it. Most important man to the Most High is the prophets, not the king. We will be kings. They ain't gonna have no prophets in the kingdom because there's no more prophecy. And Moses said unto him, "Envy." Let me go up. Was arraigned two of the men in his camp, the same name of the and the Spirit rested upon them. These are two men in the camp. This was in the wilderness, and they were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp. Wait a minute, the camp. They prophesied in the camp, the camps, and there ran a. Actually, when you go to First Samuel, it says company of prophets, and there ran a young man and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun and the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My Lord Moses, forbid them. Tell them not to prophesy. Spirit jumped on him. You can't make yourself a prophet. The Most High makes you a prophet. You were a prophet in past life. And Moses said unto him, Envious thou for my sake, the Most High, that all the Lord's people are prophets? Because we're, like it says, your woman, your women shall prophesy, your girls shall prophesy, your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Joel 2, Acts 2. Doesn't mean that women are going to be out there holding posts in the camp, and that Yahweh would put His Spirit upon them. That's why when you go to Deuteronomy 29:29, these are scriptures we know. 29. The secret things belong unto Yahweh and our power, but those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever. Anytime a kingdom, before a kingdom went, major kingdom went down, Most High always sent the prophets. There were prophets during the time of Medo-Persian Empire. There were prophets during the time, damn sure, a whole bunch of prophets during the time of the Babylonian Empire. Isaiah, Jeremiah, they all knew each other. Some of them were old, some of them were young. Just like us today. Got some brothers that came in when in their teens. Got some brothers that are in their 30s, some of them in their 20s, some of them in their 50s, 60s, and so forth. That we may do all the words of the law. Because the only thing that's going to be left in the kingdom is the law. Ain't no prophecy is going to, and there's not going to be any prophets in the kingdom. The prophets are going to receive crowns, like the Apostle Paul said in 2 Timothy 4. He said he waited for a crown of glory, which shall not fade away. That's the fulfillment of the tallest man, which is the Messiah, son of the Most High, giving out them crowns. In 2nd Ezra 2, round about the 42nd verse. So let's come on back to the apostle. See, I got a whole lot of precepts lined up that exclusively going to the prophets. Prophets are very important. They're the most important. The people on the planet Earth, the most important people to the Most High are the prophets. Because things can't happen unless the prophecies say they're going to happen before it happens. Things are going to happen before it happens. Hence the mark of the beast, for one.
Period. When they took over regions and countries that were ruled by Jacob and put themselves up there. That's why you see Edomites now ruling on the throne, as to at one time it was Jake's. And when you go back into the icons, into the history, you see that there were dark images, sitting on thrones. But then today, no, that's not. That was just some art that they. No, shut the fuck up. Okay, Spanish. The Spanish Empire built a massive global network across the Americas and Asia, starting in the 15th century. Why? Because in the 15th century, which are the 1400s, that's when prophecy was being fulfilled. What do we have here? Okay, we could go here. Let me just bring this over here. Revelation chapter 20 and verse 1. It says, And I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. So to really understand this, you have to go back to Revelation 13 first. Right? And and 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, the Mediterranean, and that reached what is that called? damn. Adriatic Sea, I think, which is connected to the Mediterranean. And I stood upon the sand of the sea. This is the Apostle John on the island of Patmos, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea. He saw an actual beast having 7 heads and 10 horns. He actually saw this. But what it represented something else later. And upon his horns 10 crowns, which represented rulership, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Why? Because during this time period, when when this was taking place in Revelation 20, right? That was during the time of the Renaissance period, and that was a transition time from Jake, the Israelites ruling, the so-called Negroes ruling all throughout Europe, to the so-called white men, the Edomites, taking over and establishing themselves as the new royalty. And what they did was they conquered, and they took and destroyed the noses off of statues. They destroyed frescoes. They defaced images, a term called iconoclasm, which means the defacing of images. What they did was they whitewashed, the dark images and put white faces on these dark images. And this is why when you look at certain
And you know what? Since you mentioned that, what did he just say? Damn. Just forgot what he just said. Let me do this. I'm sorry. Let me do this again.
Icon. And this is why when you look at certain
icons. The Renaissance period of Europe. Prior to this, 14th century, the 14th century, 17th century, which is 1300s to the 1600s, that's when we started losing power and they started coming in. We're getting power back. I was watching videos of these Moabite chicks, these different chicks from around the world, especially Russian chicks. And Edomites, even in America, they crave Jake. When I say Jake, Jake, the so-called black man, the Latin man, they want darker hue people, and they say how handsome they are and strong and confident and so forth. And Edomite men are getting mad, but you know what? That's part of losing your power. We lost the power, so we're getting that power back, and it's through the men. And the so-called black woman, we don't need the black woman, so she's mad now. Nobody wants her. Now you got to get in line. You got to get back in line. 7 women shall take hold of 1 man. So, I'm loving it, It says the European Renaissance was a cultural and intellectual rebirth, bringing the Middle Ages and modern history. Actually, it was to whitewash everything. Thing called iconoclasm, lasting roughly from the late 1300s, really the 1400s, to the 16 and 1700s. They began, and they had to reinforce the fact that everything good was so-called white. If you go to you die, you go in the spiritual realm. They had them slaves thinking that when you die and you go into heaven, that Peter at the gates, the pearly gates, was a white man. The Most High was white. Jesus was white, so-called Jesus. The angels are white. Everything good in heaven is white. The prophets on the earth were all so-called white people. That's why as a child, I remember the movie. It would come out every year. They stopped playing it. The Ten Commandments, and you be in the hood be empty because everybody watching the Ten Commandments, and they're thinking that Charlton Heston, that was Moses. So your Jake women, they had nothing but they had 3 pictures in their houses. So-called Jesus Christ, Kennedy, and MLK. And the Latin tribes, they still got it to this very day. And that's from years of what? Iconoclasm, defacing the images, defacing the icons. So when we come along and we go into the scriptures about the Lord having, well, that's talking about purity. No, it's talking about the texture. This is why we don't take Edomites seriously at all. It began in Florence, Italy, and spread across Europe. It was marked by a rediscovery of classic Greek and Roman art. Right, when the Edomites ruled classic Greek and Roman art, they said we're going to go back 1,000 some odd years. What is it? We're going to go back 1,400 years to when the Romans ruled, which were white people, because the Spirit, going back to Daniel 7, Daniel 2, Revelation 13. This is stuff that we already know. It was marked by a rediscovery of classic. Well, we discovered the fact that these were the Greeks and the Romans. They're white people, so we're going to make white people rule again. That's the rebirth of the Roman power structure, the beast. Literature and humanism. Okay, let me do this. Technological growth, scientific inquiry, realism in art. Right, this is what I want. Realism in art. Like, this is what they really look like. Because Jake had painted everything black. The saints were all black. Artists use perspective, light, and anatomical precision to make lifelike works. No, they made them white. They made them white. Let's come back over here.
Certain icons prior to the Renaissance, where they painted them white, you'll see doggy stringy hair, but the doggy stringy hair is real fluffy. And they painted the doggy stringy hair over the fluffiness. Why? Because that was the afros. That was that woolly hair. And this is why some images you see the hair is big, but then when you go more into the Renaissance style type of icons, the hair is flat on the head. Aha, aha. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. This is the beginning of the beast, which is the Greek Empire. And
this is basic stuff, but we're reviewing, we're analyzing, and we're psychoanalyzing. Won't you teach us something new? We done taught you everything. We went through the whole, every breakdown we went through.
Feet, whereas
so we're reviewing.
Feet of a bear. Now the bear represents Russia, but Russia was never a part of the 7 heads. But Russia is what's going to bring an end to it, because part of Russia is in Asia and part of Russia is in Europe. I think the majority of Russia is in Asia, and then a certain portion of it, I'm not sure if it's a quarter or a third or whatever, is in what they call Europe today. All right? So they're not a part of the 7, but they will bring an end to the 7. And his mouth is the mouth of a lion. The mouth represents authority. And they get their authority from what? From England. This is who's really calling the shots behind the scenes, even more so than America. Through the Rothschilds, the city-state of London. And the dragon gave him his power, which the dragon represents the Roman Empire. Right? And his seat and great authority. And they got great authority because the Roman Empire conquered a vast portion of lands that were known back then as the known world. And they conquered all of those seaport, lands, and when you had control of that, you had pretty much power. You had empirical power. because you were able to, ship goods easier, trade routes. You control major hubs. It says, and I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and this head that was wounded to death was the Roman Empire. All right? This began in 95, 96 AD with Nerva, which was a Jake, still taking over, the pagan Roman Empire from Domitian, who was an Edomite. And then from that point on, Jake started ruling. But Jake was still ruling under the pagan Roman ways. And it wasn't until 325 AD under Constantine that they started to introduce Christianity into the empire. But it still was mixed with paganism even to this very day. Then in 380 AD, Theodorus, I believe his name was, he made the Christian doctrine official. He made it a part of the empire. Okay? So it was a slow progression, but nevertheless, that's when they were wounded to death, because from that point on, Esau was not ruling anymore. And his deadly wound was healed. And when was his deadly wound healed? During the time of the Renaissance. Right? And that's what we're reading here in Revelation 20 and 1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit. The bottomless pit represents Europe. All right? Because they have a lack of natural resources, and lands are known as pits. Let's see what it says for pit.
Yeah, I was just going through that, what he's saying right now. With the Renaissance era, it says to bring back the classic Greeks, Greco-Roman fashion, because the Greeks were Edomites and the Romans were Edomites. So they're basically saying, let's make everything white, because prior to the the 1400s, 1,000 years back, everything was Jake. Everything was Jake. So there was a lot of work they had to do to destroy those images, to put up images. That's that lie. That's that facade. That's that facade. So they put the facade up during the Renaissance period. So everybody now they don't play these. I remember as a child, they used to always play make movies on so-called Jesus. They don't do that shit no more, because everybody will criticize it. Because people, even Edomites, they'll say, well, we know that they were Middle Eastern. They wasn't white, classical, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with an English accent. That was all bullshit. But that's what they did. To keep them in their power seat, they had to make the world believe that we are the great people, we are the angels in heaven, we are the Most High, we this, we that. The Sistine Chapel was all about the hand of God touching Adam's hand, and they were both Edomite men, looked like Edomite men. And that Sistine Chapel, I don't know if it's still up there. If you go to the 666 building on 5th, is that 5th Avenue or 6th Avenue? I believe that's 6th Avenue. To the 666 building is right across the street from the Catholic, what's the name of that church? That major Catholic church. Right across the street from that, you got the 666 building, which Kushner owns the 666 building. On the top of the building, if you're at night, it'll be in red 666, in red light. And the Rothschilds, I believe they partially own the building, if not the whole building. Because I had a woman that I dealt with that actually met a Rothschild in the 666 building, because she was in the corporate world. So everything's coming together, man. Vocab, give it up, Vocab. Ain't nobody take you seriously.
When you go to the Apocrypha, it just says abusos, which is the abyss. Bottomless, unbounded, the immeasurable depth. This is off here, the Orcus and all this crap. This is Greek mythology. It's not no inferno. It didn't say nothing about inferno. Did you read anything here where it says inferno? It says alpha. The two root words are alpha, which is the first letter, right? First letter of the Greek alphabet, right? Which goes back to alap. And then butos, which means deep. There's nothing in there that says that any of these words mean infernal, fire. But this is the bullshit that they pushing it. And you know who was responsible for this? Constantine, which is a Jake, pushing that, and then moving on into the history, Dante's Inferno, you know, and all of those mythologies that were, you know, added from the Greeks, the Romans, and so on and so forth. All right, so a pit represents, you know, land. You go to the Apocrypha and speaks about the land of Jerusalem being that pit that the Lord loves. All right, it says, and a great chain in his hand, and that great chain represented what? Captivity. Right? It says, say Megas Halisis, a chain, bond by which the body or any part of it, hands, feet, is bound. And this is a fetter or manacle, bonds, chain, which in this case is something spiritual, but it actually happened. Okay? And that what that was when Esau was taken out of power, there was, you could say, like a dark cloud over them where they couldn't do anything. They couldn't get back into power even though they tried. It's just like today, you know, we the Israelites are under the curses. That's that dark cloud. Whereas once we was kings, right? No, now we're subject to being peasants and paupers. And we can't come out of this until the Lord brings us out of it. Now you have some exceptions to the rules of Jakes that have, you know, made it out of that hole, but in a lot of cases they sold out. You see? But as a nation we can't get out of this. So Esau as a nation, they couldn't get out of that chain. It says, and he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him, what? 1,000 years. So from the time, we usually use the starting date around 325 AD, even though it started around 96. But 325 AD was a good start, you know, because 1,000 years into the future, you have what? 1325. What happened 1325? 1325 was the beginning stages of what they know as the Renaissance period. All right? And the Renaissance period lasted, you know, from that point until now. You know, what year did the Renaissance, let's just start. The Renaissance began in the 14th century in Florence, Italy. What is the 14th century? The 1300s. But it didn't really take power until right here, 1453. Opinions on the exact catalyst differ on our history, where some view the 14th century cultural shift as a true start, while others see events like 1453 fall of Constantinople as a major catalyst for spreading classical texts. Right, because in 1453, the Ottoman Turks, which were Edomites that embraced the religion of Islam under Mehmet II, finally conquered Constantinople, which was the capital of the eastern part of the Roman Empire, which was ruled by Jake. And after that, when they conquered that, that's when the Renaissance began. But prior to that, it was a buildup from roughly around 1325. All right. So you get the idea. So going back to Revelation 20, verse.
See, he's going into prophecy, but he's going more. This should have been a history class, biblical history or whatever. Because I thought he was going to go into a bunch of precepts proving that the Most High is dealing with the prophets. That everything that you got as far as the Bible is concerned is prophetic. Moses was a prophet. Deuteronomy 28 is prophecy. Jacob, a prophet. Genesis 49, prophecy. Last days. Abraham, a prophet. Did not Abraham see vision? So that made him a prophet. Isaac, and others. David, King David, the Psalms were prophecies. Moses definitely was a prophet. So these are the most important men. And in order to understand prophecy, you got to understand secular history. You got to be able to link the secular history. Then when you realize Babylonians, Medo-Persians, Greeks, Romans, then you know who the next empire is after the Romans. There's a time of 1,000 years, really more than 1,000 years, that they had no power and they got the power back. That's where Revelation chapter 20 come in. Revelation chapter 20 is one of my favorites. Revelation chapter 6 is one of my favorites as well. And nobody knows this. We can boldly say it. Nobody knows what we know when it comes to them prophecies. Not one scholar. They can get some of them right, but they can't. Let's get with a scholar. This is your top scholar. Okay, let's go through every prophetic book, end day prophecies. You know, not necessarily Daniel 8, which Daniel 8 took place already. Daniel 9 took place already. Daniel 11 took place already. We're talking about end time, last day prophecies. None of you scholars can get it. You can get some of it. You can guess, but you got to come to us. Everybody got to come to the prophet. We the prophets. The prophets are here at GMS. That's a topic right here. The prophets are here at GMS. And we're not saying it to brag and boast. I was going to say something. It was an inside joke, but we ain't here to brag and boast. Anyway, you know the rest of the story. Anyway, let's listen on. I'm looking for an opening so I can throw some more scriptures out there.
Verse 3, and cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up. When you shut someone up, they can't make...
Spiritually shut up. It's not the same pit in Isaiah chapter 24, where we're going to put them in a pit, and we're going to bring them out. That's when we put them in a slave. We're going to put them in pits. Then we're going to give them work assignments. First work assignment is burying the dead bodies in the Levant, because America's going to be gone. That's going to be a hell of a thing, man. You got everybody's all breaking news around the world. America's utterly destroyed, and it most likely going to happen on Nero's watch, because it says the king of Babylon's hands wax feeble. And the Rothschilds and the super elite, the rich, they're going to be in a neutral country, and we're going to gather them up. We're going to find them. Go out into space. We got you. The angels up there. Where you going to go to? Bottom of the sea. We can go to. You got Leviathan down there. That's Amos 9.
Make a move. It's just like us being under the curses. There's nothing that we could do to get out of the curses. Clio, to shut up, metaphorically, to cause the heavens to withhold rain, right, where water doesn't come down like during the time of Elijah, to shut up compassion so that it is like a thing inaccessible to one, to be devoid of pity towards one, that's another one, to obstruct the entrance into the kingdom of heaven, like the wicked Pharisees and Sadducees. But in this case, to shut up is to deprive someone of being able to get out of their condition. All right? And that's what happened to Esau during the Renaissance period. Right? So now, going down to the 7th verse, and when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. So when he was loosed out of his prison, that was during the time of the Renaissance period. Now, what was the Renaissance period? A time of great deception. Because once Esau got back into power, they had to conquer Jake, right? The rest of the Jakes that were out there, and they had to destroy the art that was put up for over 1,000 years by Jake all throughout so-called Europe. And you still have relics of stuff around that show that these people were dark-skinned people. Like in Dura Europa, you had a picture of Moses and Aaron, then you had a picture of the Egyptians drowning in the Red Sea or in the Gulf of Suez, and they show you that the Egyptians were dark-skinned people. Moses himself passed for the Egyptian. You see? Verse 8, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth. And that's what they did. A great deception, planao in the Greek. Gog and Magog, which is really Gog, the land of Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea, which this is what we're seeing right now. World War III being gathered. So we're at the very end of this prophecy. All right? So going back to Revelation 13, And 3, and I saw one of his heads as it was wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And what did he do when his deadly wound was healed? He deceived the world. And what did the world do? And all the world wandered after the beast. So they were allured by the beast. They were enamored by the beast. The word there is sfatzo, not fatso, but sfatzo. To slay, slaughter, butcher, see? To put to death by violence, mortally wounded, right? And that's what they did, because they used their sword, and with their sword, they conquered the world. They took peace from the earth. Revelation 6 and 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, come and see. And there went out another horse. Horse represents power. That was what? Red. And red is a description of Esau and who's going to be wielding this power. The word is purros, having the color of fire, red, right? Because it is fire, it is red, fire red, which purros, red, goes back to the word pur, which is fire. Okay? And
yeah, hellfire in the New Testament, I believe it's in Matthew. The word there is what is it? Per Gehenna, which is Gehenna of fire. So per is Greek for fire.
Right.
You gotta go into them. You gotta go into them words. Old Testament Hebrew, New Testament Greek. Now we don't have the Latin. It'd be beautiful if we get the Latin Apocrypha, because they translated the Apocrypha from Hebrew into Latin and from Latin into English. Then you got to know maps. You got to know the Hebrew. Got to know history. We going. This should have been called biblical history, prophetic history. That was a good name for this one, prophetic history. Which I might even change the name and call this prophetic history, because he's going into the history and filtering it through the scriptures, the prophecies.
And when this horse, this power came into power, what it says, and power was given unto him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth. Why? Because the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Right? Let me I'll use this one here. Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. When you give someone something, you put it under their authority. It was given into the hand of the wicked. Right? He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. And the scriptures describe or identify the Edomites as being the wicked nation. You have wicked among all nations, including Israel, but the nation of Esau, the Edomites, are the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So if the so-called white man does not fit this prophecy, who and where is he? Who did it? Who did this? Who else deceived the world? When you type in on Google and you type in Jesus, which we hate saying that, or you type in God, what's going to come up? The face of a so-called white man. And that goes back to Revelation 13, where it says at the end of the first verse, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And that's blasphemy, speaking ill of the Most High, lying, slandering. And that's why Esau is also known as the devil, which means slanderer. We used to say it meant deceiver, which you could, in a roundabout way, say deceiver, but it really means slanderer. Which can, be akin or synonymous with deceiver. So it says, and I saw one of his heads that was wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and the world wandered after the beast. And they worshipped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And how did they worship the dragon? The dragon really represents the Roman Empire. How did they worship it? Because when America was established upon the principles of Rome. I typed in, was America modeled after Rome? While not a direct continuation, I didn't ask if it was a continuation.
They get slick on Google. Go to, matter of fact, I'm going to do that. Give me a second. I'm going to show you something. Let me do this. What's the difference between Capitol Hill and Capitoline Hill? Capitoline Hill is not a standard term or place. Appears to be a typo. You know what I'm gonna do now? Capital line. Give me a second. There we go. Let's see what happens. Capitoline Hill is one of the original 7 hills of, remember 7 heads of, and now you got scholars saying that 7 hills represent the 7. No, when you read the scriptures, it said that they were kings. They was kings. Capitoline Hill is one of the original 7 hills of ancient Rome. Capitol Hill is a geographic and political neighborhood in Washington, D.C. named after the U.S. Capitol building, which etymologically traces its name back to Rome's Capitoline Hill. I gotta read that again. I didn't know they were gonna say that. Bravo to the Google. Capitoline Hill is one of the original 7 hills of ancient Rome. Capitol Hill is a geographic and political neighborhood in Washington, D.C., named after the U.S. Capitol building, which etymologically traces its name back to Rome's Capitoline Hill. Instead of Capitoline Hill, it's Capitol Hill. See? Beautiful, beautiful. What was built on top of Rome, Maryland? The United States Capitol was eventually built on the top of the 17th century land tract named Rome. It's no longer named Rome, which was originally located in Prince George's, Charles County, Maryland, before the land became Washington, D.C. So they built it on a place called Rome. Let me read again. United States Capitol building was eventually built on top of the 17th century land tract named Rome, which just happens to be in Maryland. I'm going to read some more. History of the Rome property. The land grant, 1663, a 400-acre property in Maryland, was officially entered into the record under the name Rome. Why? Spiritual. By a landowner and planter named Francis Pope. I'm not going to read this. I may come back. So this is all spiritual. This America thing, this Rome thing, you know, the D.C. Rome connection. That's another topic right there. The D.C. Rome connection. Evolution to the capital. The high ground of the old Rome property, originally Rome, Maryland, referred to Jenkins Hill or New Troy. Troy, go back to the Greeks. It was chosen by Pierre Charles L. Enfant, probably a Frenchman, to serve as the pedestal for the U.S. Congress or Senate, later named the United States Capitol. Other classical and Roman influences in America's architecture. Oh, let me do this. American architecture heavily mirrored classical antiquities, using Roman domes, arches, and temple fronts to symbolize civic virtue. Romanize this place. Democracy, and the democracy is a Greek word. Demo, people, cracy, rule, people rule, which they don't rule shit. And the ideals of a new republic. Rome, res publica. What is that? The symbol for Rome is 4 letters. One of them is republic, res publica. Beyond famous landmarks like the U.S. Capitol, which was built on Rome, Maryland, classical and Roman design principles permeate civil centers, transport hubs, and municipal layouts across the nation. 10 historical sites in U.S. inspired by Roman architecture. There you go. But this is not Rome. Kingdoms are reincarnated. When I say that, it's the people that rule that come back. The people of that land come back. Only thing that changes is technology. Let's come on back over here.
I asked, was it modeled? Something that's modeled is totally different from something that is a continuation. Let me see something. Model definition. A model is a small copy of something. A person who shows clothes or possesses a...
DC is a model of the Roman Empire, the Roman capital, ancient Rome.
Poses for art or a guide to copy. See, you know, and it is a guide to copy. But I didn't say if it was modeled. I'm sorry, I didn't say if it was a continuation. I asked if it was modeled, and the word for model is a small copy of something. A person who shows clothes or poses for art, or a guide to copy. And America copied the ancient Roman Empire. While it is not a direct continuation, America was heavily inspired by the Roman Republic. The founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson admired Roman ideals, civic virtue, liberty, and mixed government. As a result, they consciously mirrored Roman political structures, architecture, and civic identity. And that's why when you go to, you know, these municipalities, these different governmental buildings, they're all structured like the ancient Roman Empire is structured. There was one video years ago Elder Pastor did. I'm not sure if it was in that video or he mentioned something where he was somewhere. I believe it was down probably in Wall Street in the area, and he said it felt like he was back in Rome. You know, this was years ago when he said that. I remember still, you know, there was a video I was watching. They were standing on some steps, you know, and Shabar, which is back in the spirit world, he was reading for the apostles at the time. You know, and this is where I don't think I ever seen a picture, a video of him, but this is where I believe that's where the individual Gabe used to come up, and he says, you know, debate, you know, the brothers back then, you know, if I'm not mistaken on it. I mean, I never seen them, I never was there when they spoke there, but, you know, this is, you know, some of the history that I heard. So, reading on political structures, the Senate and Congress, the U.S. adopted the concept of a Senate, taking its name directly from the Roman Republic Senatus. Right, because when we go to First Maccabees chapter 8, right, and the Romans got their ideas for the Roman Senate and all that from the Etruscans. Some of the ways that they set up, you know, the order was from the Etruscans. Right. It says also, this is First Maccabees 8:13. Also that whom they would help to a kingdom, those reign, and whom again they displace. Finally, that there were greatly exalted. Right? Why were they greatly exalted? Because it was a time for that fourth beast. Yet for all this, none of them wore a crown or was clothed in purple to be magnified thereby. Why? Because when you go to the history said that this particular empire, this particular beast, would be diverse or different from the others, because they didn't rule with a monarchy as all of the other empires prior to them. See, it wasn't a succession of kings and their sons, which were princes. It was a thing of, people being, certain men being committed to government for, as far as ruling that government, being voted in by the populace, by the people. Moreover, how they made for themselves a Senate house, see? So they made themselves a Senate house. I don't want to mess that up. Okay, cool, I can use this. Matter of fact, let me leave it there. Roman and American Senate House. Hopefully they'll give, see, you have here the Roman Senate, right? And then you have the American Senate. In the Roman Senate, you notice how it's shaped circular, like the sun. Now, when we go to right here, look at that. America also is set up and established the same way. If you didn't know any better, you thought you was back in Rome. Look at the Roman Senate.
They wear the togas with the rosemary wreath around their head, because rosemary is supposed to enter into your skull, into your brain, and make it smart. So these were the wise men, the Senate. We even had a Senate. That's in the book of Acts. We had a Senate. You notice they're all wearing white, which represent purity. But now you have the Senate and the Congress, the Congress, which is the House of Reps, and the Senate. They wear suits. They don't wear the white robes, togas. The same old devils, and they're all old devils. Same old devils that were back there, back here today. Them Senate people, them same motherfuckers.
I was set up. There's speakers. Then you have American Senate, set up, established the same way. The fact.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were gonna say that. I beat him to it. You got a fasci on either side. Fasci is a symbol of the power of Rome. This is fucking Rome. Look at this. Roman architecture. Instead of wearing the white togas with the rosemary wreaths around their head, they're wearing two-piece and three-piece suits. But they'll tell you, oh no, this is not. 250 years, the birthday, as of last month, 250-year birthday of America, but the most nothing mentioned in the Bible. It's not mentioned in the Bible. This is Babylon the Great. This is the Egypt, Sodom and Egypt.
So on and so forth. So this is key evidence that America is that revival of this beast, this Roman Empire. So if that's the case, right, then that means that those 7 heads are so-called European countries. Ooh, 2 points. Wherein 320 men sat in council daily, consulting always for the people, to the end they might be well.
They ain't doing that shit now. They ain't there back there. That was the influencer. And they were getting payola. And getting bribes. All the motherfuckers are pride. All them Senate that retired, most of them, or if not all of them, they all become lobbyists. What is a lobbyist? Somebody look that up. A lobbyist could represent a corporation that he was a former senator that got, rubbed elbows with other senators to get bills to pass for that corporation. So a president doesn't become president for the will of the people. That's the whole front game. They really do it for the super elite that pay them under the table. That's why when they become president, you get, what is it, $450,000 a year is the salary for a president. These guys come in being multi-millionaires. Why would you take a pay cut? Now when they leave, that's when they get all their money. They do speaking engagement. They get the Clintons and so forth. They'll do a speaking engagement. They'll get speak for 2 hours. They get $250,000. Then they'll paint art. They got an art collection, but they'll sell a painting, for $1 million. That's that money. So they have to justify it. That's almost like laundering money. Like this guy, Clintons, they became multi-billionaires. They wasn't even millionaires when they came in. Same thing with Obama. Obama's a billionaire. Because they anytime they sign them bills, it becomes law for the super rich and the corporations. So you people, you jakes that follow vocab coming against us, you don't realize that this man is setting your ass up to take a chip.
Ordered. And that they committed their government to one man every year. That's the president. Back then they were known as Caesars, who ruled over all their country, and that all were obedient to that one, and that there was neither envy nor emulation among them. And the elder pastor said he believes that the beginning of this was Japhet, and I agree with that, because when the Romans, the Edomites came in there, Julius and the rest of them, Julius Caesar and the rest of them, there was nothing but cutthroats, conniving. There was a lot of emperors that were murdered, assassinated, by the Praetorian guards. So it was a cutthroat, a cutthroat society, or cutthroat government. But when you went back to this one, it was not.
They're here today and they ain't doing shit, man. This man's able to do what he does because the super elite is telling him no, he's gonna still be president. Very minute they say he's out, he's out.
Set up that way. I had to do a little bit more research because I was looking into this a little bit more. But it'd be so much going on, you forget, because sometimes questions come to mind. You just type it in on Google on your phone and just kind of leave the page there, and then you get to it when you get to it. And if the Spirit allows, if I remember, I'll probably go back and try to do a little more research on it. So that's it on that. So going back to Revelation 13:4, and they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, right, which is the Roman Empire. And the beast represents America, EU, and NATO, because it's established upon the same principles as the ancient Roman Empire, as we read. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who was like unto the beast, who was able to make war with him, right? Because they had a great sword, as we read in Revelation 6. Matter of fact, we didn't finish that. Revelation 6:4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given unto him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him what? A great sword. And he was red. Why? Because it goes back to the Edomites. And that great sword is the blessing that the Lord gave to Esau. They said, by thy sword shalt thou live. And each time Esau came into power, they became stronger and stronger and stronger. Daniel the 7th chapter speaks about the great teeth, and iron and all that. Because the Roman Empire was militarily a lot stronger than the Greek Empire. And so on and so forth. So we see America today, that is the strongest military on the planet, but their power and their influence and that bullying power or tactics is waning, because a country a fifth the size of America is making them look bad. It's giving them a hard time. It's pretty much treating them, this world champion, right? They're really treating them. The Iranians are treating them as their sparring partners, right? So that's it on this. So let's go back to Revelation. Oh, matter of fact, you know what? Let's go back here, I believe. Was it this? Oh no, right here. Separation of powers, a Roman Republic system of checks and balances where power was divided between consuls, magistrates, and the Senate, served as a core model for the U.S. Constitution. Architectural and iconography. Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C.'s central legitimate legislative hub, was built on a small rise dubbed Capitol Hill. And you had echoing Rome's highest hill, the Capitoline, where the temple of Jupiter stood. Jupiter was their top god. The Greeks was Zeus, the Romans was Jupiter. So when you read phrases like "in God we trust," this is the God they talking about: Jupiter, Zeus, Satan. Neoclassical design, the founding fathers used Roman-style architecture characterized by domes, columns, and plazas to give the new republic a sense of permanence and grandeur. Right. And also you have the Roman arena here today with these different, stadiums. And
he said Jupiter. I forgot the name. The Roman equivalent to the Greek god Zeus is Jupiter. Then you had Plutus or Pluto, which is the Roman equivalent of the Greek god Hades.
Stuff that they set up, which was mirrored like the Roman Empire, which is where they brought the bread and circuses to. Federal seals, the Great Seal of the United States, features Roman mottos like E pluribus unum, out of many one, and Annuit coeptes.
Animalistic symbol is the eagle. When the you can look this up too, which I'm not going to do. The the legions. They each legion, which is a little bit short of 7,000 men. You had about 600 horsemen, and the rest were footmen. It was a little shy of 7,000 men. That was one legion, and they were numbered. Legion number 1, legion number 2, and they all had to carry this golden eagle. So there's a movie that came out called The Eagle, which Chad Tatum, he played the main character. Good movie, a period piece. If I can watch it, I'll watch it again. Another movie came out called Centurion, which covered that. They got into a period piece. You watch those movies like Gladiator 2 with Denzel. It had Denzel play Mike Cranus, because Mike Cranus was black, so-called black. But then, Ridley Scott, I believe he was behind it. The Marcus Aurelius was so-called black too. Commodus was black. So what happened, man? You got a better group of archaeologists, historians? Come on, because the truth is coming out. So you might say, well, why is Denzel playing? Because the Roman emperors were black too. They came in after the last European. I'm sounding like a broken record. I'm singing to the choir, preaching to the choir rather. The last Roman Empire that was so-called white was Domitian, the younger brother of Titus, and the younger son of Vespasian. The next guy that came in was Nerva, and he was black. He's a so-called black man. He was one of 5 good emperors. This guy Marcus Aurelius was considered a good emperor. Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic, man. He didn't like to live good. He liked to live a hard Stoic life. You had the Stoics and the Epicureans, and you want to live the life of a Stoic, man. You want to live a Stoic lifestyle. You might be a billionaire, but you do Stoic type things. Your pleasure comes in discipline. That's why we all into the health thing, man. That's part of our stoicism. I lost 40 pounds in a couple months. Cabal lost a ton of weight, and we eat the right food. We eat so as clean as we can eat. You ain't gonna see us in McDonald's and Burger King, Wendy's, nothing like that. We eat as clean as we can eat. We do the what you call it, the fast, the intermittent fasting.
he, God, favors our undertaking, right? And that's on there, which is what their model for the New World Order. Historians and contemporaries analysts frequently draw. Okay, reluctant empires, historians and contemporaries, analysts frequently draw comparisons between the two superpowers. The U.S. is often viewed as operating a global sphere of influence and military presence that parallels the Roman Empire's control of the ancient world. Of course, slavery. Both societies were built on foundational economies of human bondage. A heavy, tragic parallel oft discussed in academic and historical context.
Both America and Rome put people in slavery, and then it went from slavery to taxing, which is tribute. When Rome first came into power, they were putting people in slavery. Then they said, no, we're going to tax them. We're going to let them have their lands, and they give us a tax, a percentage of what they produce. We'll leave them alone. They can believe in their own God, and that's something that didn't happen during the time of Alexander. He allowed the nations to believe in their own God. He didn't. Matter of fact, he didn't even tax the Israelites. He said, I ain't going to tax you. You can do whatever you want. I ain't taxing you. I just want to learn about you. It was Antiochus that came against him and said, no, you got to become Hellenized. So, these people, that's why you got so many people, I said this earlier in the video, that you got even people that go to church, if they just sit down and watch the videos, and we're going more into the scriptures, and we're linking the history, we're filtering the history through the prophetic part of the Bible, the scriptures itself, you're going to learn. You people that can't get it, well, I can't see it. If the white man, we don't want you. We don't want you. Don't keep walking down the street. Hang out with vocab. Go somewhere. Sit down. Stand up. Whatever.
So it's on all levels. That's exactly what's going on. So here we going back to Revelation 13:4, and they worship the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like unto the beast, who was able to make war with him." And this is why Yahweh Shai has to come back to make war on this devil. And there was given him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies, right? And what do? And power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. This 40 and 2 months is echoed all throughout Revelation, as a times and a half of times, as 1,200 and I believe it's 60 days or 90 days. I can't think of it exactly in my brain right now. So this was a power that they were given. And this power, the fulfillment of the power was from the time they brought the bulk of the slaves here in 1619 until 1969, when the American influence started to wane, the American power started to wane, and America started on a gradual decline. Same year that the elder Abba Bivens was out speaking and teaching the word, and from that point on, America has degenerated to the old, decrepit, busted down mysteries that she is today.
And really, it was Vietnam. That's when heavy drugs came over here. Heavy drugs came over here from Vietnam. The GIs came back, dusted up, high as a kite. You had heroin and other drugs. The worst thing you can do in America is drinking liquor. That was considered like a major drug. That's why they had a prohibition. So when the GIs came back, they were drugged up. That's the whole drug thing. You read about what's his name? Lucas, whatever. The drug guy. They made a movie, American Gangster. And he was going back in the movie. They were showing him going back to the Nam because that's where they were getting the drugs from. Now it's Colombia. And other certain places, Mexico. And drugs keep countries going, and it keeps everything. Drugs is a big part of people's survival. If you stop the drugs across the world, it will destroy economies. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Hey, the move that this guy Nero made was icing up all these Latin tribes. They workers. They went out there and worked hard. You have Edomites and Jake. Jake don't believe in working hard. They believe in working smart. And Esau don't believe in working at all.
Right? It says, and he opened his mouth in blasphemy against the Most High, to blaspheme his name. That's why they'll give you Jesus and God and Jehovah and all these different names, right? Yahweh and all these different names, because they blaspheme the Lord and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven, right? Which is the angels. And that's why if you type in the Sistine Chapel, which came about during the time of the Renaissance period, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, right? They have this. This is blasphemy. Look at this. Look at this madness. They got the Most High in a pink tutu. He got women around him. He got babies around him, bucket naked. He got Adam here, looking like a mole. They touching hands like two moles. This is total blasphemy. So everything is mirroring that. Verse 7, and it was given unto him to make war with this.
After watching this much, if you can't see that we got it right, that when we say America's in the Bible and we show you the scriptures and we link it up to these documents here, the Capitol Line Hill, they even told you when they set up the Capitol Hill, it was set up after the Roman Capitol Line Hill. That's why it almost sounds the same. When they built the Capitol, they built it on a place called Rome, Maryland. The lot, D.C., that 10 square miles, that was set up, that was broken up into lots. And one of the lots was 666, if you look it up. And they used to give you that. They used to give you a bird's eye view, a schematic of the lot, and it had 666, and that's what he built. So that's all vibrational. When you look at the Capitol, you see the owl. The Capitol is in the belly of the owl. The owl goes back to the Bohemians, and it's all Masonic symbols, and all of them are Masons. But no, this is good America. No, it's not, because you wouldn't have MOs in this country. You wouldn't have so many loose women out there. These women are out of control. That's why the law's got to be the importance of the law. Is the law. There's not gonna be any prophets in the kingdom. There's gonna be prophets that are no longer prophets because they don't have to prophesy no more. The only thing that's gonna matter is the law. We're gonna teach the nations the law, and if they break certain laws, they're gonna get penalized for it. And some of the laws are being put to death.
The saints, and they did. They took down Gad, Reuben, Issachar. They took down the rest.
Pursuant to what? Biblical prophecy. Genesis 49. A troop shall overcome them, but he shall overcome at the last. A troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Let me do this. Give me a second here. Okay. Genesis. Okay, troop. Gad, the troop shall overcome, but he shall overcome at the last. I already know what troop. The word Gad means troop. I just want to see when you go to the word troop. Troop. And then I'm going to go to the Google. Okay. Gadwad. A band troop. Marauding band. Marauding band. Raiding band. Troop. Band of division of army. Yep. Troop. The troops took over them. They would go out to battle. Then the women and children would be there, the older Gadites, and they would kill them. That's what they did. So let me see. What am I going to say? Oh, let me do this. This is. Come back to this. Come back to this one more. 49:19. Let me do this. Just want to see what they say. All right, let me do this. Where's GMS? It was like tape on. Okay, in the theology of the Great Millstone, GMS, and broader dark in spirit, camp style, dark in spirit. What the hell does that mean? Camp style, Hebrew Israelites teachings, Genesis 49:19, Gad troop shall overcome it, but he shall overcome at the last. It is applied directly to the North American Indians, whom GMS identified as the modern day biblical tribe of Gad. Fulfillment. The cavalry, U.S. military, GMS teaches that the troop or band of raiders, marauders, that overcomes Gad refers to the European colonizers and the United States military, the cavalry, and the federal troops that wage genocidal campaigns, broke treaties, and systematically conquered, displaced, and confined natives to reservations. Overcome at the last. The prophetic promise that Gad shall overcome at the last is interpreted by GMS as a future spiritual and physical restoration. They preach that despite the devastating historical devastating and historical devastation, cultural erasure, and near extinction faced by the Native Americans at the hands of the Gentiles, the troop, Gad will ultimately receive justice, rise in power, and share in the kingdom of Yahweh. When oppressor nations are brought down at the return of Yahweh. So I just wanted to cover that. Let's go.
To the tribes, they brought Judah, Benjamin, Levi to this side of the world. You know, mainly Judah here in America, on the soils of America as slaves. and to overcome them, and they did. They took over this land from Gad, from Reuben, from Issachar, and then the rest to the tribes. And
oh, I gotta get on this. I gotta hop on this. They said the Philip Anthony Mitchell, the people are leaving the church. The church. See, he came up against the Israelites. Hours of indignation, study your enemy, because he is definitely studying you. An in-depth look into Esau, Edom. I already know what he's talking about. Yeah, like this guy, young Pharaoh, he went from the frying pan to the fire. For real, for real. Just checking what's going on. TikTok users outrage with Nolan Wells' friends. That was a big cover up. They killed him. Blood shortage crisis. Nobody's giving blood. Employers dropping insurance. Like if you work for a company, you're not insured. What it means for you. I gotta watch this guy. I got him as his notification. I hadn't got him in a while. Gotta watch him. So a lot of things are happening. Okay. What did I just do? So I gotta definitely get into this.
Power was.
What's going on?
Power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations, right? Because they have power over the whole known world today. So we're reading the history of America. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world, because these are the ones that are not a part of the elect. And that's why the whole world to this day, you have Jakes out there amidst all this shit that this devil has done and keeps showing you and keeps proving to you that he's the devil. They still out there defending him. Because they're stuck, up, their head is stuck up Esau's head. Right? If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. You led a nation into captivity, slavery, you're going to go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. You killed us with the sword, you will be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Who are the saints? The Israelites. That's what we're patiently waiting for, to get the upper hand. When the Lord Yahweh Shai comes back and delivers us, to be able to give us power over you, because right now we have no power over you. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. Now this other beast coming up out of the earth is that little horn. This other beast coming up out of the earth is the beast whose deadly wound was healed. It was wounded to death, as it were to death. It was not to death, as it were to death. Right? And as the Roman Empire. And his deadly wound was healed as America, beginning with the Renaissance period. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb. Those two horns like a lamb represent the bipartisan government that they have set up through the Republicans and the Democrats, the plebeians and patricians going back to the Roman Empire. And he spake as a dragon, draconian legislation. And this is how they are using their power through draconian legislation. That's how they're speaking as a dragon. And this guy Trump, he's just disregarding anything that has to do with any type of law. He has no boundaries, and no one's stopping him. So he's systematically destroying any rule of law out there, to the point where nations are not gonna give heed to the Geneva Convention. You know, people in America are not going to give heed to the Constitution because this guy ain't going by the Constitution. It says, and he, meaning this beast that came up out of the earth, exercised all the power of the first beast before him. And we just read that. You know, you go back to the Senate House. You had the Roman Senate House, and then you had the Senate House in America. Same thing. Buildings are established the same way. Bread and circuses. So on and so forth. You know, worldwide military. It says, and causes the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed, which was what? The Roman Empire. Okay? So, let's see what else we got here. So we read the Spanish, see Romans again. The Roman Empire united the Mediterranean, dominating European law, engineering, and culture. The Spanish Empire built a massive global network across Americas and Asia, starting in the 15th century, which was the Renaissance period. French, both the early colonial efforts and the French Empire under Napoleon controlled vast global and European territories. Germans' Central European power was channeled through entities like the Holy Roman Empire and later the 19th century German Empire. And this is what we're looking for. 19th century German Empire, because back then, you know, the Holy Roman Empire was run by Jake. Then you had the British. The British Empire grew into the largest empire in human history, ruling nearly a quarter of the world's landmark at its peak. So these 6 here, which is really 7, when we went into Germanium Major, Germanium Minor, this is the heart of Esau's empires. And this is what's written. So we read about the Roman Empire. We read that America set itself up as a Roman Empire. Right? Let's go to Revelation 12. And we're going straight to the point 3. I started, 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon. Once again, red. Once again, dragon. Dragon is known for its fierce power and for their keen, insight. Having 7 heads and 10 horns, which the 7 heads are the Greeks, the Romans, the Spanish, the French, the Germanium Major, Germanium Minor, and the British. Heads and 10 horns. The 10 horns represent the European Union, or the EEC, the European Economic Community, established upon 6. But then by, I believe it was 1983 or so, they really expanded and they became 12. But really, when you look at the 12, they're really 10. Because Ireland is a part of, the UK, and Portugal is a part of Spain. It says, and 7 crowns upon his head, which represents what? Rulerships. Okay? Now, let's go from there to Revelation 17, because we read already Revelation 13. Revelation 17 and 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast. That scarlet-colored beast represents the beast, the EU, NATO, dealing with the whole empire, or the empires of East.
The woman and the beast are all red. The beast is actually red. The woman sitting on the beast is America, which represent red too. Dragon is interchangeable with the modern beast and the Roman Empire. Revelation 12 tells you that. The beast, the dragon with the tail represents the Roman Empire, the tail of the Roman Empire. The tail of a dragon slays its enemies. So that's Rome. Has to be written in code. Everything's written in code. If it was written in plain English, they would outlaw the book.
Esau, full of names of blasphemy, as we already spoke about, them blasphemy the Most High, Yahushai, the angels, the Israelites, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Once again, identifying who this is, right? So we jump down to the 7th verse, and the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman, because it was a mystery. That's why the 5th verse spoke about it being a mystery. Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So as we identified, this is dealing with America. This doesn't fit the Roman Catholic Church. And matter of fact, speaking of the Roman Catholic Church, let's go real quick to Revelation 11. I read this earlier. I was like, oh snap, that's some good stuff. Revelation 11:8. And their dead bodies, meaning the Israelites, mentally dead body, shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where all...
More clues. How can you not see it? You got a lot of people that's in the church that are sneak watching our videos, man. These pastors are not getting. Pastors are trying to get prophetic now. Why? Because of us. We changed the whole. How do you say? Platform on YouTube with us going deep into the scriptures. Now it's cool to go into the scriptures. It wasn't cool going into open up the scriptures. It's cool opening the scriptures thanks to who? The One Westers. Because I give credit to IUIC and ISBK and the rest of them. And the rest of them.
Also, our Lord was crucified. Now they say that this is Jerusalem. Bullshit. This is not Jerusalem. Because
and why do they say that? Because it said he was crucified this. He was crucified in Jerusalem, in Israel. So that's got to be the place. No, crucified also means to cross out. You can be crucified literally, or you can be crucified figuratively. Like us being Israelites, we were crucified, crossed out. The iconoclasm, you crucified, you crossed out the original pictures by painting over them, destroying the images and putting images of yourself. That's what the Renaissance period was all about. Renaissance language, Renaissance art, Renaissance history.
Jerusalem was not known spiritually as Sodom and Egypt, and they was not known as the great city. Because when you read the book of Revelation, the great city is identified with Babylon the Great. Then when you jump up to the 7th verse, it says, and when they shall have finished their testimony dealing with the prophets, right? You know, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them and shall overcome them and kill them. So this beast is what we're reading about right now. America, which is a part of all of those different, you know, European, so-called European empires. So back in Revelation 17:7, and the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which have 7 heads and 10 horns. Okay? The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit. This beast is America. Because
bottomless pit is Europe. Revelation chapter 9. It came out of Spain, and if you want to be specific. The first power Rome was in Rome. The capital was Rome. The epicenter was Rome. When it received its deadly wound, Revelation 13 came back. The power came through Spain. The papacy was in Spain.
The Apostle John saw it in his vision, but it wasn't around yet. But it will ascend.
The treaty at Rome, the Treaty of Rome, to establish the EU. The Treaty of Rome, not the Treaty of Japan.
Out of the bottomless pit, out of Europe, so-called Europe. And go into perdition, go into destruction, because America is set up as the place that the Lord is going to show the world how the wicked are punished. So from the moment that they established themselves here in America, they were set up to be destroyed. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is, America. And here is wisdom. And here is the mind which hath the wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. A mountain represents government. Right? When you go to these different G7 or G8, as they used to have before, G20 summits, these are the meeting of top governments, the top 7 or the top 8 or the top 20. When you look at the word summit, the definition of a summit is the top of a mountain. So these governments are known as tops of mountains. So these are seven major governments or seven major empires on which the woman sitteth. Because remember, in this vision, John saw the beast carrying the woman. And these so-called European nations are carrying America. It says, and there are 7 kings, which is letting you know that this has nothing to do with Satan. 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is. The 5 that...
Everything that the apostle's going through, I know all this. Everything that he's reading, I know all this. But it's so beautiful to hear it over and over and over. And the way you switch it up. You know, you might start with Revelation 11, then you wind up in Revelation 13, and you might wind up in, Revelation 18, and you might wind up in Isaiah 34. We know all these scriptures, okay? We covered it. We're reviewing, we're analyzing and psychoanalyzing the scriptures and mainly the prophecies. Because the only thing left is the prophecies, and then we out of here.
They were fallen were the Greeks, the Spanish, the French, Germanic Major, and Germanic Minor. Okay? And 1 is. And the one that is, which is the one in the Apostle John's vision, is the Roman Empire. That makes 6. And the other is not yet come. The other that is not yet come is the British Empire, which makes 7. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space, because they ruled as a global empire, and they had a world reserve currency until America took that world reserve currency status. And America became the next major empire. Why? Because, and the beast that was and is not, which is America, even he is the 8th. So it's following along in the line of history. It says, and is of the 7, because it is a part of all 7, but it's the 8th, and goeth into perdition or into destruction. Okay? So when we go back to Revelation 13, right? I'm sorry, Revelation 12. And we read about this, Revelation 12 and 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. This is talking about empires. This is talking about rulers, kings of these empires. So when we jump down to the 7th verse, and there was war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels. This is not talking about Satan and his demonic angels. We just showed you that the 7 heads and the 10 horns is a representation of 7 mountains, which had 7 kings, and then the 10 represented 10 kings that had crowns upon their head, which is a representation of these so-called European nations that are ruling. So this right here, they can't use this scripture to say that this is talking about Satan being cast out of heaven. And prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. Why? Because Esau has planes, they have drones, helicopters, missiles that's going to be in the air that the Lord is going to destroy and shoot down and destroy with the lasers from the chariots. And then they will not be able to go back up into heaven anymore. Remember, he said, I will ascend above the heights of the Most High. I will ascend above the clouds. I will be like the Most High. That's what he said. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan. So this is talking about these empires that are identified as being the old serpent, the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. They deceived the whole world. Through what? Through the Renaissance. And he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him, which are the military forces or the weaponry that Esau has in whatever capacity. That's why in the movie Saving Private Ryan, at the end, the captain, Tom Hanks, asked Matt Damon, the Private Ryan. He said he heard some airplanes in the air. He said, "What are those?" He said those are bees something. Matt Damon said these are bees something. Whatever. He said, angels on our shoulders. This is Esau's angels. This is why Esau is so proud, because of the great military that he has. He was already proud to begin with, but that military gives him hubris, which is extreme pride. So this is not talking about, no goddamn Satan. This is talking about empires on the planet identified as the devil and Satan. Because when we go back to Revelation 20, this is talking about the same thing. And 2, and he laid hold on the dragon, 7 heads, 10 horns, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. So that's what this is talking about. Okay? Let's see what else we got. Okay, that's finished. I have some other stuff here. Colonial empires. A colonial empire is a state engaging in colonialism and possibly establishing and maintaining colonies infused with some of the coloniality, that's a hard one. Coloniality, or however the hell you say it, and colonialism. Such states can expand contiguous as well as overseas. Colonial empires may set up colonies as settler colonies. And then we jump here. Although colonies existed in classical antiquity, especially amongst the Phoenicians and the ancient Greeks.
You know what I gotta do, man? This is okay, 115 in. 115 in. I got to go to this one right here. As you mentioned earlier, weapons will not hurt those with power. This is what I gotta go into right here. I gotta go into this. The IUIC is happy now. Oh, if this is noise abroad, IUIC gonna be speaking about it this weekend. Let me see something here. What's this all about? Democratic insider exposes party's ultra rotten core. Well, they're all corrupt. It's a corrupt situation. So let's go ahead. This is 115. Let's go here for a minute.
People are leaving the church in record numbers. People are leaving the church in record numbers. People are leaving the church in record numbers. And that's biblical prophecy. The scripture prophesies that the closer we get to the end, we'll see what's called a great apostasy, which is a great falling away from the faith. So the more people we see falling away from the faith, that's a sign to us that we're closer to the end. And I laugh because you recognize that that's happening right now in our society, that people are falling away from the faith in droves. That's also a biblical prophecy that will happen the closer we get to the end. So one, that's going to continue because the scripture prophesies that as we get closer to the return of Jesus, more people will fall away from the faith. So one, that's not going to stop. That's going to increase. But secondly, where we could take responsibility, this is myself, pastors and leaders, is that a lot of people are not really, they don't have beef with God. They got beef with the people who represent him, right? Because we're poor representations of him. You have a lot of us in my camp who are spiritually abusive, we're manipulative.
That's Christianity. Where's vocab in all this? You heard what he just said? You heard him?
Beef with the people who represent him, right? Because we're poor representations of him. You have a lot of us in my camp who are spiritually abusive, we're manipulative.
Spiritually abusive and manipulative. So these people are not the people, man.
Manipulative. We're raping people for money. We have poor character. We always doing evil in the dark.
Wait a minute. I thought you come into this thing as a new creature.
And when people see that in clergy, they get turned off. They don't want no parts of the church, and they walk away.
Yeah, because Christianity is bullshit. Let's let it play. Things like that.
Praise to Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem.
This is 25 minutes. We're going to let most of it play, if not all of it, and we're going to get back into the prophecy.
Shem, Rakak Wadash, double honor to the apostles and elders of GMS. Shalom to the holy elect. All right, this is going to be a response to Philip Anthony Mitchell. And I'm going to quote what he said. People are leaving the church in record numbers, in droves. Now, he didn't say it all in one sentence, but he did say it. You can see right here. The first image, people are leaving. Then the last image, the faith. And he actually said in droves. He didn't say and droves. So, which means what? The Christian church, and he also said that that is biblical prophecy. Well, it's biblical prophecy not according to what he said. The falling away has nothing to do with the Christian church. Okay. Now the word in and it's in 2 Thessalonians. The word there is apostasia. I believe that's the word for falling away, but it's dealing with the Israelites. Okay. That's dealing with the Israelites, and just like any other Christian doctrine, pretty much you got it wrong, because if there's a falling, if 2 Thessalonians 2, and we're gonna go there and read it, that's talking about the Christian church, that would have to mean that y'all had the truth all along, and you don't have the truth. You don't have the truth, and that falling away happened over 2,000 years ago, when the Israelites were exiled out of the Holy Land. That was the falling away. But let's go to it now and read it. So Christianity, we've been knew this, but this guy said people are leaving the church in record numbers. And I'm going to say it's partly because of what he said. He said that people are distrustful of the clergy. He said they've been abusing the people. They've been raping them for money, right? And general bad behavior, and caught up in a bunch of scandals. And to be honest, your doctrine doesn't make any sense. It can be easily picked apart. You've been terrible at defending the doctrine. And Christians are hypocritical, and everybody notices this shit. Okay, look at all the shit that's going on with the Catholic Church. And you got all them damn denominations. All the shit you try to say about us, you got it 100-fold. The Israelites are just, we got different, not even different denominations. We just follow different doctrines. But you're going to have that. Different belief systems. But with the Christian church, it's overwhelming. And in the Bible, the false prophet of Revelation is the Roman Catholic Church and all the other churches that spawned off of it. The Baptist Church, the Mormons, the Catholics, the Mormons, Episcopalians, Seventh-day Adventists. You're all baby Catholics. That's why you do things similar to them. Okay? And there's others. There's many other denominations. Now, let's go to what this guy said. And we knew the Christian church was dying. And also, too, I want to mention before we read this, it's also dying partly because of the other prophecy. The prophecy of what? The Israelites waking up. The Great Awakening is what's really putting it's really draining the shit out of the Christian church, because there's a great awareness of truth. And the Israelites no longer want to follow your lies. So yeah, they were in a spell of sleep for a long time, but the Great Awakening, we're experiencing the Great Awakening of the Hebrew Israelites. So that falling away has got nothing to do with the Christian church. Although there is lack of interest in the Christian church because of all the reasons that I mentioned already. But that's not the false prophet, which is the Roman Catholic Church. It's just a false prophet. Now, when you read 2 Thessalonians 2:1, it says at the top, man of lawlessness. Who is the man of lawlessness? It's the so-called white man Esau. Okay? It goes into verse 1 here. It says, now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Yahushua Hamashiach, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as that the day of the anointing is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first. Stop right there. Now, even though it's a comma, we're going to stop right there. So it said that the Lord, Yahushua, would not come unless there was a falling away first. Right? Now, I ask you, how is that you're going to experience a falling away, but at the same time, many people are going to be coming to the Lord in order to be saved? You can't have it both ways. So the falling away ain't got nothing to do with religion, as it were. Okay? It's more dealing with the nationality aspect of it. Even though that apostasy was what? The Israelites stopped following their prescribed heritage. But that happened way back during the time it was going on. Not now. Now is the time for the Great Awakening. I hope that's clear. To you brothers and sisters, this should be clear. We ain't worried about the rest of the people that's going to watch the video. You dumb Christians. You watching the video, close your mouth. I know your mouth is open and you ready to put up something on the comment board. You only start to understand the scriptures better because you watch us. And if that's the case, that means we got the truth and you don't. So shut up. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Now we know that the original son of perdition was Judas Iscariot, but this is not referring to him, right? This is referring to who? The son of destruction, which is Esau, the soul.
Like these Christians are waiting for one guy in a Brook Brothers suit. If you shave his head, it's got 666 tattooed on the back of his head. Come on, none of y'all got this. You're nowhere close to the truth.
Called white man, as it goes on to explain. Now, you people out there have been deceived into thinking that this is some guy named the Antichrist, right? Okay, then fine. If you're saying that the falling away is now, where's this Antichrist at then? Where is he? Because you can't say it's a falling away, but then he gonna come showing up later. No, where is he? It says it right here. And that man of sin be revealed. The falling away is gonna be right when the man of sin is revealed. So if the falling away is a Christian church, where the fuck is this guy known as the Antichrist? Where is he there? We should at least know who he is. It's because it's not talking about your religion. It's talking about when the Israelites will discontinue from their heritage and get kicked out of the Holy Land. Or pretty much, really, when we got kicked out of the Holy Land. Really. So let me correct that. It says, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called the Most High, all that is worshipped, so that he as the Most High.
Perfect picture is the Sistine Chapel. Perfect picture is the Sistine Chapel, where they showed the heavens during the Renaissance. Everybody up in there were white. The angels were white. The Heavenly Father was white. Adam was white, touching the finger. And then you had down there in the bottom, you had Michael beating the hell out of a guy that looked like a Jake, looked like in a boat. So they said that's racism right there. The Sistine Chapel is what is it called? The Sistine Chapel is called, I think I'm saying it right. That's racism in itself.
Sitteth in the temple of the Most High, showing himself that he is the Most High. When we were exiled out of our land, right? What did they do? They brought forth the abomination of desolation, the abomination that make it desolate. They started bringing all kind of pagan shit, right? They desecrated our temple. They did all kind of stuff.
Right, that was two periods. With Edomites did that the first time in the Maccabees, the book of the Maccabees. And the second time is when Titus, the general, went into the temple and stole from the treasury. That's what the ark of Titus was all about.
And these things happened right there together. The falling away came, and the man of sin was revealed. He started killing up Israelites, changing, doing all kind of stuff, changing things. He inserted his own people, all of that. Okay? Salakia. Oh, God damn it. Y'all bear with me. I'm gonna come right back. All right. So continuing on, let's continue on from there. So this is so that individual, so-called white man Esau, when the Romans came in, what did they do? They ransacked Jerusalem. They did all kind of messed up stuff. And the Savior even talked about it. Let's go to Luke real quick. Luke 24. Is it 24? 21 and 24. And I got a lot of scriptures to bring out, but I'm probably not gonna get to them all. Luke 21 verse 24. And let's actually read up here. 20. Luke 21 and 20. When you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. When did that happen? 70 AD. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out. And let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. Who is this people? The Israelites. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive.
Even all Edomite scholars, Christian scholars, biblical scholars, they'll all say the same thing concerning what the elders reading, specifically out of Luke 21. And also it's mentioned in how they built the wall. The Romans built a wall around Jerusalem's wall and locked them in. They couldn't come out and they couldn't go in. That's in Luke 19, around about the 41st, 42nd, 43rd verse. And it said to build the trench. When you look that word up, it goes to the word karax, which goes back to charagma. We're the only Israelite group that can get down in these scriptures and these prophetic parts of the book.
Into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. You see, so when the Romans came,
those Gentiles in particular were the Romans, but then through the years you got all these other nations in the land of Israel. You got the Moabites up in there, got the Greek Orthodox Church in there, you got Islam up in there, you got all these different nations up in there. But it started right here, as he's reading about the Gentiles. It's talking about the Romans, but it's talking about any of the Gentiles that's in the land. They're gonna get blasted out of there.
Came, they laid waste to the everything. They was exiled inside of the land. They set up garrisons. They did all the things that was written in the scripture. See? So that's part of the falling away. Now this is Luke 21. I'm sorry, not Luke 21. Excuse me. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 5. Remember ye not when I was yet with you, I told you these things, and now ye know what would hold it, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. The one that's doing the letting is the Heavenly Father. The one that's going to be taken out of the way is Esau, the so-called white man. It says, and then shall that wicked be revealed. Who's the wicked of the earth? The Edomites. Pursuant to Job 9:24 and other scriptures, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. So right now we in that time. We in the time now. The falling away been happening. We in the time now where the wicked is being revealed more and more by the spirit of the Lord's mouth. He's being consumed by the spirit of the Lord's mouth. By what? By way of the prophets. The Holy Spirit came on men, and we've been revealing these devils. And we waiting for this next part to happen, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. That's when the Lord comes with the chariots, the so-called UFOs. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders. Right? We waiting for that dude to come along. So you mean to tell me, here we are, the mark of the beast is ready to be implemented, but ain't no Antichrist showed up yet?
Oh, and by the way, he's not going to mention anything about the MOTB, because he was set up by the small hats.
It's because you ain't waiting on no damn Antichrist. The scriptures say even now there are many Antichrists, which is this power structure, Babylon the Great, right? The so-called white man, Esau's power structure. He's the one that's gonna come with his fucking lying wonders and telling you this chip going, this mark of the beast is gonna handle all things. You ain't gotta worry about it. If you can't walk, it's gonna make you walk again, perhaps, right? They can put a chip in your mind. You don't need keys now. You don't need or put one in your hand. You ain't got to have access to nothing else. You just need that chip. It's going to have all your records in it. See? So, if you can get it, you can get it. If you can't, whatever. We don't care, because obviously you ain't one of the people that the Lord is going to save. It says, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause the Most High shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but have pleasure in unrighteousness. So this is where you Christians find yourselves. You under a strong delusion, thinking that the Most High love everybody and all the shit y'all follow. And this dude here is a tool. He been used by the Amalekites, right? And he's failing. Now I don't know when this video was recorded, but it doesn't matter. You see, he had a whole different look. You can read the look on his face. This shit is through, man. The Christian church is suffering bad. You heard what he said. He used the word droves. Let's look that. I looked it up. He said people leaving the church in record numbers, and then later on he said in droves. This is the word. Drove means a large group of people or animals moving or doing something together. You will most often hear it used in the phrase in droves, which means a massive crowd is showing up, leaving or heading somewhere all at once. And where they going? A lot of them are turning back to the real truth of the Bible. A lot of people leaving the Christian church. Why? Because they know they're Israelites. right? Because this is the time of the Great Awakening, as the scriptures will go on to tell you. Let's go read it now. As a matter of fact, there's a Great Awakening that's happening. Now you read here.
The church should just be teaching that they're the Israelites, but it will bring a controversy because they're hooked up. They got their different degrees from seminary schools and so forth.
In Revelation 11, I'm going to try to go through this quick. And y'all know this already. It says, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. Now, what's this talking about? This goes back to Ezekiel 37, the valley of dry bones. The Israelites are waking up to their heritage. You see? But the dead bodies represented the Israelites not knowing who they were. The spiritual Sodom and Egypt is representative of America, Babylon the great city. See? It says, and they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And this is during the time, you know, where roughly the 350-year period where we didn't know who we were, right? Or where the gospel was not being preached. The time from the time of 1620, around about maybe 1619, to the period, to the time about 1960. Okay, you know, give or take some years, it's not exact, but in that period of time, what was happening to us? Initially, we were being sold, as it goes on here, verse 10, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another. What were they doing? Selling us from place to place, sending gifts one to another. Because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. Who are the two prophets? The two witnesses, as it were. These are the southern and northern kingdoms of the house of Israel. It says, and after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from the Most High entered into them. Right, the Great Awakening started happening. We started to get the Holy Spirit. Men started teaching the word, and we began to get the Spirit. Came upon us and made us live and stand upon our feet. And they stood upon their feet. And great fear fell upon them which saw them, which is why even Philip Anthony Mitchell did a video against the Hebrew Israelites, right? He was talking big shit. IUIC was getting at it. They went down to the 2819 church in Atlanta, right? They marched through. People was whining and crying. And all they could do was do their little fake ass prayers and do all that. And they couldn't do nothing, man. And we know Philip Anthony Mitchell tried to dress us on the low and try to make out like we these heretics and shit.
They paid, the Small Hats paid this nigga a lot of money behind closed doors, under the table. He failing them. Hey, Vocab, you failing them too, bro. You gotta get your game up, Vocab. You failing again.
Yeah, nah, man. This biblical prophecy that you see happening before your eyes. And you on the way out. And even IUIC even gave this nigga an acronym. And you what, Pam, Philip Anthony Mitchell? And you just a tool being used by Amalek. And try to rouse up the gone, try to rouse up try to put a kindle of fire underneath them weak ass Christians. And all you got is a bunch of women in there, man. The men that's in the Christian church are feminine as hell. The women are masculine, and they covered with spirits, right? And they're a bunch of demons. And nobody believes that shit anymore, man. It's a joke. So let's also get Ezekiel 37. Because that's really what you see. And I'm not going to go all into this, but you can read Ezekiel 37 in your own time.
Ezekiel 37. I may even play that. That's one of my favorites. Ezekiel 37 says a whole lot in a few words.
You read here in verse 16, though, the Lord talks about the 12 tribe sign, bringing Judah and Israel back together. That's what you see happening. Okay? Now, this is Ezekiel 37, and I'm going to jump in here at verse 7. Oh, you know what? I got to start at 1. It says, the hand of the Lord was upon me and carried me out of the spirit of the Lord and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones. And this valley is America, Babylon the Great. It says, and caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. What does this mean? They didn't have the living water. They didn't know who they were. Right? These are these dead bodies from Revelation chapter 8. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? I answered, O Lord, power, thou knowest. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, power, to these bones, because behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And the breath is what? The Holy Spirit. Okay? And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. And that living is what? A quickening. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. And this is why today you will have Israelites that know the Israelites, but they won't know what the mark of the beast is. They won't know the true name, Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Right? They just have on a fringe shirt. They might go to camp, keep a semblance of a Sabbath, but they won't keep it on the right day. These are all things that are attributed to not having the full breath. They don't have the understanding, right? Israelites that, got long hair, dreadlocks and shit, women trying to teach. They don't got the breath. They're not born again. You got Israelites without the breath doing all kind of stuff, still called on the same names, from the world. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus saith the Lord power, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them. This is what we do. When we prophesying the word, the breath is coming into the Israelite. That's why the Christian church people are leaving in record numbers. That's why people are leaving in droves. That's why. So, and that ain't the only reason though. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. So think about it. The exceeding great army that is waking up now, most of them was Christians at one point. Right? Yeah. I know I was a Christian at one point. My whole family is. Every brother I know, I don't know hardly any brothers that used to be Muslims and they came into the truth. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's situations where that happened with brothers. But most brothers I knew, or that I know, used to be Christians. Then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say our bones are dry and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. There you go. So the Great Awakening is happening now. Let's also get Baruch real quick. We're going to read this quick. And I got many other scriptures that I would read, but that's good enough. So that great army that you see right here with, let's go back to Revelation 11 and 11. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from the Most High entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. Right. See, so this is where we are now. That's why you got Christians trying to run up the Israelites camps and doing all that. Why? Because they're in fear. This is why they're making videos about us and trying to tear down, the truth of the Bible. Then you got the atheists coming out of the woodworks, and you're seeing this great awakening and a great awareness of biblical things and all of that happening now because of us. We have revolutionized Bible teaching, and we are plundering your punk ass church. And the people of Israel, the Israelites, are being called out of all these false religions, and it's impacting you, man. We knew that. You can't get around this. So this is Baruch chapter 2, verse 29. Let's go there real quick. This is a great awakening. If you will not hear my voice, surely this very great multitude shall be turned into a small number among the nations, where I will scatter them. See, we will scatter them among the nations. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves. And remember, we lost our heritage at a time, right? This is Revelation, Jeremiah 17 and 4. It says, and thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. We have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. So that happened to us at a time. We also can see Deuteronomy 28, and you can read all, 15 on down, but I'm going to go to a point. This is Deuteronomy 28:45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee and overtake thee till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy power, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. So we bring these curses out, and we made aware of it during the Great Awakening. This is how we're able to match that up and know who we are. It's for a sign and a wonder. Back in Baruch 2 and 30. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves, the great awakening, and shall know that I am the Lord, their God, for I give them an heart and ears to hear. What's the heart and ears to hear? I'm going to breathe upon you, right? And put flesh in you. You see? And they shall praise me in the land of their captivity and think upon my name. So we also getting the name of the Lord back. So IUIC, you got to get on it. Get with it. The name of the Lord is part of the great awakening. And return from their stiff neck and from their wicked deeds, for they shall remember the way of their fathers which sinned before the Lord. And that's it. You know, I can easily go on and on and on and on and on, but I don't have time. And we don't really need to. So Philip Anthony Mitchell saying, people are leaving the church in record numbers.
Pam, you're done. Pam, you're done. You see here. Signs are here. Measure the time. Oh, this is the day. I gotta play this. Gotta let this go.
All right, Shalom. I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh.
I hope he doesn't show any videos where I might get strike. What is this? 17 minutes ago. You got this eclipse and alignment in the planets and all that. Let me see. Let me just check this out. The Israelite man has 2 enemies. U.S. in full retreat. Gas hits record high. Thanks to it, y'all let them. The generals, the Senate, the Congress itself. Y'all let the judges, the Supreme Court. Y'all let this happen. Y'all motherfuckers let this fucking shit happen. Y'all let this happen. You let this guy in here knowing full well what the fuck he gonna do. Give me a second. You miss a day, you miss a lot, y'all. Let me see, I went through this. Drone threat emerges at America's unsinkable aircraft carrier. Yes, it's backfiring on this guy, on this Nero guy. U.S. troops jump ship. This is as of 18 minutes ago. Things are happening, y'all. U.S. troops jump ship. Trump losing with Colonel Lawrence, whatever. Let me see. Let me let this play.
Bahasham, Yehoshai, Bahasham Rakakwadash. Double honors to the apostles and elders, a great millstone who taught me this truth. Shalom to the hopeful elect. I'm back with another quick lesson through the Holy Spirit of the Rakakwadash. This is from CNN.com. It says a rare sunset total solar eclipse will occur for millions of people on Wednesday, and that's today, August 12, 2026. All right. So a part of being occupied in prophecy is also paying attention to the signs that the Lord has given us. All right, from the heavens. All right, you got, we've had many solar eclipses. Okay, planetary alignments. Unusual occurrences that have been happening in the heavens, So all these things that, that's been going on all contribute to the return of the Lord, All right, this is Acts 2:19. And it reads, it says, and I will show wonders in heaven above. All right, so like we were talking about, all right, solar eclipse, strawberry moons, red moons, blood moons. Okay, planetary alignments, things of that nature. All right. It says, and I will show wonders in heavens. I will show wonders in heaven above, and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun should be turned into darkness. Right. That's the eclipse. And the moon into blood. All right, blood moons. Before the great and notable day of the Lord come. All right, NLT.
Got a little test out here, question, if you can answer it. The 3 hours of darkness from, was it the 6th hour to the 9th hour, when Yahushua was on crucified, said there was 3 hours of darkness. Was number one, 2-part question. Number one, was that darkness an eclipse? And number two, if it is an eclipse, was it a solar or a lunar eclipse?
Acts 2:20 says the sun will become dark and the moon will turn red before the great and glorious day of the Lord Yahweh Shemel Shah arrives. All right, so these are the things that, you know, the Lord is showing us. All right, that boost our faith. Okay? The scriptures say, you know, not to be dismayed at the things that happen in the heavens, right? Let me get there too. Because, you know, everybody's like, you know, it's more of an entertainment thing to these people that are not in the know, you know. But we understand that it's prophecy, that it's the signs that the Lord is getting ready to visit the world which he made. And we'll get there too. All right, Jeremiah 10:2, it says, thus saith the Lord, Yahweh Shemel Shai, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. See, because we understand why these things are happening. You know, we're not bugging out about it. We're not, you know, all up in arms about it. We understand that these are the signs that the Lord gave us, all right, that determine his arrival. Right? It says, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. You see? So let's read 2 Ezra chapter 9, right? This is 2 Ezra chapter 9 and verse 1, and it reads, it says, he answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest parts of the signs pass, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. All right, so these different signs, all right, things that are happening in the heavens, all right, blood moons, planetary alignments, all right, the sightings of the chariots, all these different things, all right. These
also in Luke 21, it tells you about the signs. Jeremiah 10 tell you about the signs, being dismayed at the signs of heaven, which includes the chariots.
To the signs that the Lord has given us, right? That show us that that he's beginning to visit the world which he made. Okay? Verse 3. Therefore, when there should be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, right? You know, you just had a major earthquake in, I believe it was in Colombia. All right, and you had one, from what I remember, I think it was in Thailand. All right, but there's been major earthquakes all around the world. Okay, daily. It says, therefore, when there should be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, then should thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. For like all that is made in the world have a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. That's what we're saying. All right. So through those signs, again, the Lord is showing you that the end of this world is manifest. Okay. Verse 6. Even so the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and endings in effects and signs. You see that? Endings in effects and signs. Right? So I just wanted to read this in the chat real quick. Okay. So I had it in the chat. I had chat give insight to these same verses that we just read here. So it says, 2 Ezra 9, 1 through 6 is a powerful passage because it gives a framework for recognizing the approach of the end rather than giving Ezra a specific calendar date. Right? Number 1, measure thou the time diligently. The instruction begins with careful observation. Measure thou the time diligently in the self. The idea is not simply to watch one isolated event. Ezra is told to measure the progression of events against the signs previously revealed. You see that? The key phrase is, when thou seest part of the signs pass. That means the signs would occur progressively. The appearance of part of the predicted signs would indicate that the generation was moving into the period being described. This connects strongly with Yahushua's teaching, Matthew 24:33. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know it is near, even at the doors. You see that? So when we see all these things taking place, we know that the end is even at the doors. All right? Remember, we live in a time where the Lord is making, he's cutting the time short. Things are speeding up. All right? It says the emphasis is therefore on discernment, not date setting, right? And you got to have the discernment to see. All right? To understand the signs and the times, right? Verse 2, the very same time, it says, 2nd Ezra says that when the signs begin appearing, one should understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Quote, visit here has the sense of divine intervention or visitation. This is what we're saying. Okay, and we're going to get more into, the visitation of the angels. All right, the chariots, there's more files of the so-called UFOs that are being released. All right, but this is all tying in.
Yeah, the government been covering it up since the 50s. The UFO, what did they call it? Incident in 52. UFOs, at least one fleet of UFOs hovered over D.C. That was in 52. From that, Apostle Kabar speaks about that all the time. But from that time until now, they kept it. Until a couple of years ago, they kept it under wraps. They denied it. You know, if you're an Air Force guy, you see something, don't report it, whatever. Now they're saying report it because there's so many of them, and that's the Most High visiting the earth, pursuant to the scriptures.
To what? The Lord's visitation. Divine intervention is about to happen. Okay?
And I can't wait.
Quote, visit here has the sense of divine intervention or visitation. The passage is describing a transition from ordinary human history toward a period in which the Most High begins bringing the consequences of human wickedness and fulfilling what was previously spoken, right? 2nd Ezra 15, right? 2nd Ezra 15 and 5, and it reads, behold, saith the Lord, Yahushua, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and destruction, all right, which these things are being brought forth now. All right, the sword. Okay, you got a world war. Okay, you got a biological warfare. Okay, you got civil unrest. Okay, you got plagues, pestilence, disease, famine. All right, death, destruction. All those things are being brought forth now. Okay. Verse 6, for wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their works and their hurtful works are fulfilled. So now it's time for the Lord to bring forth the judgment. Okay, as we just read, right? Going back, what did it say? It said the passage is describing a transition from ordinary human history toward a period in which the Most High begins bringing the consequences of human wickedness and fulfilling what was previously spoken, right? 2nd Ezra 15 and 7. Therefore saith the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, right? So the Lord, he's not holding back no more. Now it's time for the Lord to work. Okay, for they have made void thy laws, the scriptures say, man. All right? I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit. All right, there's no fear of the Lord, there's no reverence of the Most High. You know? People in this time are extremely bold in wickedness and rebellion, you know. Neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves, you see. No fear of the Lord whatsoever. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually, man. All right, and that would have to be us. All right, that are continually sighing and crying for all the wickedness that's being done in the midst thereof. All right, you see, it says, and therefore saith the Lord, Yahushua, I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Right, and the Lord said that in Luke 18. Right, just thinking about that. that he was going to avenge his elect speedily, right? This is Luke 18, and this is Luke 18 and 7. It says, "And shall not the Most High avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them?" See? Verse 8, it says, Luke 18 and 8, "I tell you that he will avenge them speedily. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on earth," right? Because when the Lord comes back at that time, all right, the earth is going to be, in complete desolation, man. You know? So let's go back here. All right, last point. It says, this is important, the signs aren't presented as random disasters, right? So everything that's going on across the planet Earth is not random, all right? It's all the will of the Lord. And that's part of the signs that he gave us that determine his return, his grand visitation to the planet Earth, all right? This is important. The signs aren't presented as random disasters. They are presented as evidence that the prophetic timetable is moving toward its appointed conclusion. See? All right? It's all leading to what? The manifestation of the end. Okay?
Let me throw this in here before it ends. 2nd Ezra 10, verse 38. Let's see what that says. 2nd Ezra's 10:38. I don't know what this is. 2nd Ezra 10:38 in the Apocrypha. Sorry. 2nd Ezra 10. That's 11:38. See what that says. He answered me then and said, Hear me, and I shall inform thee and tell thee thereof. Thou art afraid, for the highest will reveal many secret things unto thee. Let me jump up a couple of verses. Then said I, Speak on, my Lord, and me. Only forsake me not, lest I die frustrate of my hope. For I have seen that I know not, and hear that I do not know. Or is my sense deceived, or my soul in a dream? I might have to read from the first. Now therefore I beseech thee that thou wilt show thy servant of this vision. He answered me then and said, Hear me, and I shall inform thee and tell thee whereof thou art afraid. For the highest will reveal many secret things unto thee. That means to the prophets. He hath seen that thy way is right, for that thou sorrowest continually for thy people, for the elect, and maketh great lamentation for Zion. So you really got to read this whole chapter. Let me give you one more. 2nd Ezra 5, verse 9. Let's see what that says. 2nd Ezra 5, verse 9. 2nd Ezra 5, verse 9. Let me start from, really you got to start from the top. And the Sodomite sea shall cast out fish and make a noise in the night. 8th verse. There shall be a confusion also in many places, and the fire shall, and the fire shall be off sent out again. That's happening right now. And the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. Now that really means, well, you got the YNs, but you got deformed babies. When Esau encountered Gad, there was no deformity among their babies. When Esau came in, that's when you had deformity among babies. And salt waters, where am I at? And salt waters shall be found in sweet, fresh waters, and all friends shall destroy one another. 2nd Ezra 15, 2nd Ezra 16, mainly 15. Then shall wit hide itself, meaning the truth, answers. We the ones with the answers, and everybody's coming against us, saying not to give you the answers. And understanding withdraw itself onto the secret chamber. So it's only given to a handful. That's the prophets of Israel, of GMS. And then you got the other brothers out there, the IUICs, they go into prophecies too. But they don't go on the level of the prophecies like we do. Let me see, 10th verse. And shall be sought of many, and yet not be found. Then shall unrighteousness and incontinency be multiplied upon the earth. Wickedness, unrighteousness. These women are completely out of order, man. Off of the web. So the 99% of these women gonna have to be wiped out in America. We may have to build back the nation. Well, we'll build back the nation through Israelite women that's in South America, Canada, and so forth, and around the world, Nigeria and so forth. But we're gonna get them concubines as well. Let me come on back and let him finish. Let him cook.
Let's see what else we got. It says 3 earthquakes and uproars of the people. This is one of the most striking portions. When there should be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, there are 2 categories: physical upheaval, earthquakes, disturbances in the natural world; social upheaval, uproars of the people; civil disorder, unrest, rebellion, societal instability. All right, all these things are playing out now. Okay, people are rebelling against authority. They're coming against their local governments and whatnot. You know, you see a lot of that going on in Europe. All right, protests, cities on fire. Okay, it says this resembles Yahushua's description in Luke 21:10-11, where he speaks of nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and great earthquakes. All right. It says in Luke 21:25, upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity. It says, so 2nd Ezra 9 fits into a broader biblical pattern where natural disturbances and human disturbances occur together. All right, everything's happening at once, simultaneously. Importantly, however, this does not mean every earthquake or protest automatically fulfills the prophecy. The text is describing these things as part of a larger constellation of signs, right? Number 4, the signs are spoken of from the beginning. Ezra is told that these things were invented in his generation. The Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. The message is that prophetic history has been embedded in God's revelation from the beginning. That is significant because Scripture repeatedly presents history as moving towards an appointed conclusion. Example, Isaiah 46:10, declaring the end from the beginning. The biblical concept is therefore not that history is spiraling randomly out of control. Rather, the Most High knows the destination of history before humanity reaches it. All right, it's already been like he said, it's already been declared from the beginning. All right. It says, let's read a little bit more here. Number 5, all that is made have a beginning and an end. This is the central philosophical statement of the passage. For like all that is made in the world have a beginning and an end. 2nd Ezra establishes a principle. Creation has an appointed beginning, therefore it also has an appointed conclusion. Right? Human civilizations often behave as though their systems will continue indefinitely. Political powers, economies, kingdoms, institutions, technological civilizations, etc. But this passage says the world's present order itself has an end. This is consistent with Matthew 24:14, and then the end shall come, and 2 Peter 3:10, which describes the coming the coming day of the Lord and the dramatic transformation of the present order, right? And I was just thinking about that one in 2nd Ezra 6, where the Lord said all things will be ended by him. I'm roughly paraphrasing, let me get it, all right. So this is 2nd Ezra 6 and 6. It says, then did I consider these things, and they were all made through me alone, and through none other. By me also they shall be ended, and by none other. You see that? So as the Lord, set things up, things are also ended by him. He's in control of everything is the point I'm making. All right. By me also they should be ended, and by none other. Right. Verse 7. Then answered I and said, what should be the parting asunder of the times? Or what should be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? Right. Meaning, what should be the dividing of the age? All right. This all ties into what? The signs that we're talking about here. All right. The point, verse 8, it says, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, and when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the hill of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth, right? So these signs really tie into what? The end of Esau's world, man. All right, and the beginning of Jacob that followeth. Okay? This is what we're talking about. Right? The signs, the eclipses, blood moons, planetary alignments, all right, the sighting of the chariots, the angels, things that can't be explained, all of that. It's all tied into the end of Esau's world, man. That's the point.
Planetary alignments is happening today, August 12, 8/12, 2026. Signs in the heavens, Luke 21.
All right.
Jeremiah 10.
Okay, number 6, beginnings and wonder, endings and effects and signs. This is perhaps the most profound verse. The times also the highest have planned beginnings and wonder and powerful works, and endings and effects and signs. This passage describes two bookends: the beginning, wonder and powerful works; the ending, effects and signs. In other words, God's prophetic periods don't necessarily announce themselves with a single, unmistakable event. They develop through observable effects and signs. All right, like I said earlier, part of being occupied in prophecy is observing the effects and signs. All right, that the Lord has given us. Think of it like a prophetic progression. Signs begin, signs accumulate, conditions intensify, the appointed end approaches, divine intervention becomes manifest. This is why verse 1 says to measure the time diligently, right? Let's see what else we got. So it says the major message of 2nd Ezra 9, 1 through 6. The passage is essentially saying, don't ignore the signs. Don't assume the present world order will continue forever. Like Esau, he thinks that his let me get that. He thinks that his world is going to continue forever, Psalm 49 and 11, and it reads, their inward thought is, and this is the inward thought of the Edomites, their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, right? And their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names, right? So Esau is in a rude awakening, and he's finding it out now. This is why they're panicking. All right, they're sick about the fact that that they're losing their power, man. That their influence over the world is fading away. The Most High has stripped that power from these devils, man. Okay, it says, finishing it out here, right? It says again, don't ignore the signs. Don't assume the present world order will continue forever. Watch the progression of events, compare them with what was already prophesied, and recognize that history is moving toward an appointed conclusion. And there is an important warning here. This passage does not tell Ezra to calculate the exact date. Instead, it teaches him to recognize the season, right? Again, you got to know what time and season you're in. All right. This parallels Yahushua's words in Matthew 24, verses 32 through 33. Now learn the parable of the fig tree. When the signs appear, the lesson is to recognize proximity, not necessarily to calculate a precise date. Okay? It says, a powerful way to summarize the passage, 2 Ezra 9, 1 through 6 presents prophecy as a timeline, beginning, prophetic signs, increasing earthly effects, social and natural upheaval, recognition of the appointed season, divine visitation, end of the present order. All right. So it says in verses 7 through 8, immediately continue the thought by explaining that those who remain faithful and endure are the ones who will ultimately receive salvation. So the purpose of recognizing the signs isn't mere curiosity about the future. It is intended to produce repentance, endurance, diligence, and faithfulness. You see? So I thought that was pretty heavy, just to add in there. All right. But let's move on here. All right, because we're talking about the angels, the visitation of the Lord. Right, more files are being released. So this is from collapse.news. It says Trump administration releases 5th batch of UFO files, including new videos and reports. Right, so more stuff is coming out. Okay. It says, let's try to just summarize it here. Let's see what we get. Bear with me. Let's get a quick summary on this. Hold on 1 second. Let's see what we got. All right. 1 second here.
We're almost out of here. We're almost out of here.
Okay, a lot of things coming out, man. And we know these devils gonna be throwing, AI in there to try to bring forth the confusion, right? But through the spirit of power, Yahweh Shem Shai, through the spirit of discernment, all right, we're gonna be able to tell, what's real and what's fake. All right. So it says overview of the declassified release. The Pentagon has released its 5th tranche of declassified UFO or UAP files containing 41 documents, images, and videos from agencies including the FBI, CIA, and Pentagon, with records spanning from 1950 to 2026. So they got all types of stuff, man, that they, kept suppressed from the public. But now we're in a time where, truth is being declared, these things are being declassified, right? The directive, the declassification, follows a February 2026 executive order from President Donald Trump directing the Department of War to release government files on unidentified area phenomena. Government stance, Secretary of
Trump administration releases 5th batch of UFO files, including new videos and reports. This should be breaking news on CNN, Fox News. They're afraid. They are afraid. We're almost out of here. Dawada Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't want to start from the top. I believe he went through this. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, world comes up there a bunch of times. You really got to read this whole chapter. I mean, the chapter, the 6th chapter, the 5th chapter, the 4th chapter, the latter chapters, the last 3 chapters, 4 chapters, 14. Man. Uproars of the people, right? World in the world, in the oikomany sense. For like as all made in the world, half a beginning and an end, Esau has an end. Better is the beginning of things than the end thereof. The ending of the thing than the beginning thereof. It's the end for us. We're gonna get the good stuff, and it's the beginning for you. You're gonna get your asses. Well, you're losing your woman already. You know? Then shalt thou understand that it is the very, let me start from the first. He answered me, I think this, the elder read this. He answered me then and said, measure the time. He did read this diligently. I think he was dedicated to the whole chapter. I believe so. I'm doing my strength and conditioning. Diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs, he did read this. He started from the first verse. All the signs have everything passed. We're in the last. We're in the feet of the statue in the standing image in Daniel 2. We're in the latter part of the beast that was diverse from the rest. There's two parts to this: the pagan Roman Empire 2,000 years ago, and the new Roman Empire, which they don't call it the Roman Empire. This is Rome all over again. The capital of Rome now is in D.C., which I have told thee before. So I'm not going to read all of this. Then he goes, of course, it goes into what is that? 6. So yeah, you know, you got to get back into this. You can do a class just reading these chapters in Second Ezra. Second Ezra is a lot. The book of Second Ezra is a lot of information. A lot of information. It goes into detail of how Yahushua is coming back. It covers everything. Let's listen to the rest of this. The elders cooking.
War Peak Hegseth stated that the release is a commitment to unprecedented transparency to address long-standing public speculation. Right? Let's see what else we got. It's talking about the different sightings there. Yeah. So let's get into the videos here, man. Just wanted to open up with.
Now I'm gonna close on the videos because I don't know what they're gonna do. I gotta close that. Watch the rest of this and subscribe. GMS All Precepts. No excuses, no excuses. Okay. Nothing to see here. The illusion of illusion. The illusion of inclusion. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. Caution in coming false flag, which is highly likely to happen. Let me go. I hope there's no videos of being played because I'm afraid to get a strike against me.
Shalom. Call Lord Yahweh Bahasham Yahushai Bahasham Rakash. Double honors to the apostles, double honors to the elder bishops. Salutations to all my fellow laborers doing this work in truth and sincerity, risking their lives and their freedom to do so now more so than ever. The would-be judges, the 144,000 the Tabernacle of David ordained to be the ruling class people, the ruling class government, the ruling class nation over all other people, nations, and governments upon the return of the Lord, who the world falsely and fraudulently calls JC. His name is Yahushai. Always was, always will be. And to the rest of the scattered elect that are scattered around the four corners of the earth, that be like unto the speckled birds, the Israelite foreigners, among the heathen nations, that have the appearance of the heathen nations. This is not a black-only thing, right? And to the few Wakwa, meaning the sisters that are listening and learning, to you I say Shalom. This is your brother Malcolm from the branch of the Great Millstone in Chicago, reporting out of the Rocky Mountains here in Colorado Springs.
I used to live out in Colorado. I know Colorado Springs. We ran up the mountains and all that, man. That kills you. Them mountains fucking kill you because it's high altitude. Them mountains will kill you. And
that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the beginning of the Rocky Mountains in this image there.
I don't know if he's familiar with Denver's Colfax Ave, the famous Colfax Avenue.
And basically, like I did a short lesson yesterday, we're at the end of this thing. All the end day prophecies are happening at hand. And the main two being the MOTB, which is the digital prison that they're creating here in America through all this digital banking and digital surveillance. All right. And when you take that and you couple it with all the wars, the rumors of wars, that we're in the beginning stages of the third woe, and the nations have never been gathered in the valley of Jehoshaphat under these circumstances, and the fact that there are earthquakes, uproars, storms, volcanoes erupting, fires, everything that the Bible warns us to be looking for is here. All right. So now with that being said, I'm going to read a scripture. Well, watch out, Stormy. Hold on. I got a cat just jumped up, about to knock over the camera. Come on, come back. No. You get back over here. Shut up. Salakia. This cat and the dog.
If he's watching, his cat's name's Stormy. My pit's name's Storm. One day when you come back to New York, I'm gonna introduce you to Storm and Bomber, the two pits. Stormy's my girl.
Took a liking to me. I got two. They both follow me around. It's crazy. Okay, you Stormy, no, you stay over there. All right. And
matter of fact, my son-in-law's pit name is Stormy.
this got a trip, bro. So you can sit right there. Yeah, you got space over there. And yeah, let me get this scripture. Salakia for that. This is Luke 12:2, and it reads, "For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known." So I'm gonna play a couple of videos, 3 of them to be exactly, at the water to my beloved April O'Neil, on the spot reporter. All right, and this information that she sent. So let's get to it. And that one, and that one. So we'll start with this one first, with the attack investigations. And I forget this guy's name, but he gives you this information, but he gives it to you from a very pro-American standpoint, as if the Americans are trustworthy and that they can be trusted, being that they passed a bill, I think around the 2014 or sometime, it was during Bush Jr.'s presidency. That bill got passed into law that the government can lie, it can propagandize its people for security purposes, which is completely and totally unconstitutional. But anyway, here we go.
News coming out that one city in California is currently in a state of emergency as the FBI is investigating an entire city shutdown. We're hearing, they're even saying right now, you don't have to pay your bills in the city because right now nothing is operating. 911 cannot be reached. Systems have been shut down. The city is in a state of emergency. And like I said,
if it's happening in real time, that's by design, so they can usher in the chip. Everything go back to normal. Auto add KO. I can't allow this to play because it may strike me. Anyway, let's see what's happening. Let me listen to a little bit of this.
Just trying to see what,
Getting a marathon today.
Let me see if I could do this. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste too much time on this because I don't know exactly what he mentions, but like I said, if I find any information, I will Lord's will, revisit this, because I've done lessons on this before. Oh, wait a minute. Under the first denomination, all Aztec tribes were included, and as the Mexicans, like the Hebrews, were great genealogy. Wait a minute. Which was the apparent contradiction which exists between these writers has undoubtedly proceeded from the double sense in which the Mexicans were said to have proceeded from 7 caves, or Chicomostoc, and from the 8 Aztec tribes having been confounded with the 8 different nations which peopled New Spain. These nations were the Chichimecas, no, not the Chichi, the Nonoalcas, the inside joke, the Michoacans, the Coaxcas, the
Sounds Hebrew to me.
Totonacas, oh no.
Oh, when we went to Mexico City, me and my old girl, they had these pyramids up, and they were not written in Spanish, they were written in an ancient language. It had to be Hebrew.
Oh, Totonargas. The Cuectecas, cuidado con el Juete Holmes, the Olmecas, which is the Olmecs, it says, and the Xicalangas, right? And you had the Olmecs, which you had those Olmec heads, those were Zidonians that came over here, the Canaanites.
Canaanites.
You know, and I'm sure they left their relics here because they were founded in big.
There was a big, gigantic one in the Museum de Antropolio, if I'm saying it right. The Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, where one of the exhibits is that Cococan Quetzalcoatl, I don't know if that's the same character, came down in the ship, and he said he's coming back to deliver the elect of the Mexican people before they were called Mexicans. And in front of that museum, you had a big, gigantic, as big as like a small house. One of those the heads, a Canaanite head, Olmecs, which was in Canaanites. They were the ship goers. They did the bidding for King Solomon.
Gigantic heads. It says, under the first denomination, all the Aztec tribes were included, and as the Mexicans, like the Hebrews, were great genealogists, they pretended that they were all sprung from a common father named Ixtacmixcoatl, and fancifully represented in their paintings each nation proceeding from a separate cave, except the Olmecas and Xicalangas, right? Because the Olmecs were Zidonians. I don't know who these individuals are, who came out of the same cave. It should be here be observed that the symbol, which has been supposed to mean night in the third, so I don't know what else is there. So anyways, let's go back.
Listen up. No commercials. I'll get a commercial.
We have some major updates now on what's going on with Iran, and we've got these mysterious drone threats emerging around Diego Garcia. Now, they say that Diego Garcia is like our unsinkable aircraft carrier, but someone is targeting it big time, and mystery drones are being flown into the area.
Yeah, just so you can know that BBLs, and men don't they're not into BBLs. You gotta have a natural ass. I'm afraid of it. If a woman ass look, I say, I don't know, man, that's BBL. Something not kosher about that, the BBL.
They're popping up either out of the ocean or being flown from far away. They're kind of tight-lipped on those details.
Let me bring this
back.
But
they do say that, and we've got these mysterious drone threats emerging around Diego Garcia. Now, they say that Diego Garcia is like our unsinkable aircraft carrier, but someone is targeting it big time, and mystery drones are being flown into the area. They're popping up either out of the ocean or being flown from far away. They're kind of tight-lipped on those details, but they do say that this has prompted curfews meaning that troops have to be out watching certain areas on base. They say that they spotted these drones that look to be like DJI type drones, not attack drones, so to speak. The Shaheeds that will go in, dive bomb as soon as they get to the target. These are loitering around above fuel tanks, which is rather interesting. And they have an array of different drones out there. Again, you're talking more like something like these here that's sitting above monitoring what's going on, or potentially even one of these flying way high. But they had a visual on this, and they were really close to the base. And I mean, if the American military cannot handle some simple drones in their airspace, we've got major problems. And people need to pay attention to this. They should also pay attention to what CENTCOM is saying. They're saying that the U.S. strikes around the Strait of Hormuz are not effective. That's from their own mouth. So people can listen to Trump lies all they want. Our own U.S. military, United States Central Command, has said that those strikes are not effective. And that unless we're going to go on a whole full-scale barrage of new attacks, that nothing should happen. They say this is part of the reason why Trump paused on Friday, and there's this back and forth that they're talking. Well, Iran is saying they're not talking. There are no talks. They're sticking to their guns, so to speak. They reject this whole peace narrative of any talks. They say Hormuz stays closed until the U.S. accepts all of its conditions. They also reshuffled their top military brass, where they got all the hardliners at the front now taking control. And the U.S. tries to say that they enforce a blockade, but no one is really listening to them. Ships are trying to skirt through, they're having to fire on them. And they're not necessarily hostile vessels, they're just vessels.
So, I mean, you can watch the rest of this. I'm going to close it. So, they're not, Iran, they're not backing down. And it's making Babylon look weak. They're no longer the bully on the block like they used to be. Anyway. Shalom, on to the next. Shalom.